Good morning. Had your breakfast? Then I expect a louder response, please. Okay. Good morning. So this session, I will guide you through the academic regulations which you have to follow during your study period at GITAM, right? So I am Radhika, and basically I'm a professor in Computer Science and Engineering department, but I'm here today as a Director Academic Affairs to help you out with the guidelines, the regulations that you have to follow during your study period. So shall we move on? This regulations which I'm going to discuss about today is meant for the undergraduate students in these particular schools, in the schools of technology, humanities and social sciences, business and science. And the other programs that we have in other schools like pharmacy, law, architecture, nursing, medical, etc., all those programs are strictly governed by their authorities. I mean to say, you have the governing authorities like Council of Architecture, Pharmacy Council of India, etc., so on and so forth. Okay? And these regulations are for the undergraduate students. Do we have any postgraduate students here? Not an issue. Right. So this is how a typical, this is the typical university structure that we have. And you have different schools, like School of Business, School of Architecture, School of Law, Pharmacy, Technology, and so on and so forth. And in each school, we have different programs. Program, I mean to say, like the programs that you're enrolled into. Say, for example, like BSc or BA or BCom or BTech, whatever it is, okay? So these are the programs. Let's agree upon the terminology that we are going to follow. Program is the program that you're enrolled into, like BTech Computer Science or BTech EC or BTech Mechanical or BSc Physics or BSc Chemistry or BA Economics and so on and so forth like this. And please settle down, Amma, quickly. So this is how the duration of various programs look like. So we have 3-year programs, 4-year programs, and 5-year programs also. So, and the process that is followed, the duration, etc., is we are sticking on to the guidelines of the NEP 2020. So in the 3-year programs, we have BA, BBA, BCA, BCom, BSc, etc. And 4 years, we have B Pharmacy, BTech, BA, BSc, Honors, etc. These come under the 4-year programs. And architecture programs are 5 years architecture program, and the law programs in the law school are 5 years. So here, the process starts with the academic advising. So you have an academic advisor who will guide you through the process of selecting the courses, identifying the courses, what to choose, what to take in a particular order, and so on like that. So, and the decision is yours, Amma, finally. Okay? Though you have academic advisors, they will guide you through the process, but what subject I mean to say the courses, what courses you have to select in a particular semester and so on like that is the student's choice finally. So this is how a curriculum map looks like. So this is a user's guide, sort of guide. This slide will show you a typical structure. It's an example of a curriculum map for a 4-year structure. Similarly, you will be having curriculum maps for 3 years program also. So which courses, like in one particular semester, what are the courses you are supposed to take? And then if there is any prerequisite which is supposed to be done prior to another course, all these will be displayed or given to you in the curriculum map. So now, what is a prerequisite? Any idea of what is a prerequisite? can anyone tell me, like, what do you mean by a prerequisite? Yes, please. What's your name, Amma? Harshita, please tell me. Yeah, yes. So if you want to do a particular course I mean it's a subject that you have to enroll for in a particular semester. So understood the difference between course and a program? Got it? Yes or no? Is the difference clear? Raise your hand, please. Is the difference clear? The difference between course and a program? Course is like the subject. We are used to this term called subject, right? Program is your undergraduate program that you are enrolled into. Okay? So, if you want to do a particular course, some courses do not require that you have any pre-specified knowledge in that particular course, whereas certain courses expect that you have to enroll for another course prior to enrolling for this particular course. Say, for example, in semester 1, if you are enrolling for English 1, okay, and in semester 2, it proceeds with English 2, and so on like this. So, English 1 is a prerequisite for English 2. So, like this, there are certain courses which require prerequisites, and these prerequisites will be specified in the syllabus. Okay? So, we have the curriculum document uploaded in the website, so you can follow that, and the syllabus of each and every course will include the prerequisite also. Okay? So, you just go through those particular components and then choose your courses accordingly. So, can I move forward here from this? So, look at the last point. The last point states that a minimum grade can be expected from the prerequisite. Say, for example, you are doing course A, and the course A is a prerequisite to course B. So, in that case, sometimes if that happens to be an elective course, course B can specify that you can enroll only for, the teacher of that particular course can specify that you can enroll for course B only if you acquire a certain grade in course A. Is that clear? So, this concept also you have to make note of. It's not for all the courses, for a selective set of courses which the teacher defines. So, now coming to the academic calendar. So, every academic year we have a calendar, and this calendar is divided into 3 parts, right? The one is the even semester, odd semester, and the summer term. So, the odd numbers, the 1, 3, 5 semesters are the odd semesters, and 2, 4, 6, 8 are the even semesters. And in every summer, we have the summer term. So, what is the significance of these semesters? So, approximately, the approximate span of each semester is even semester and odd semester is 18 weeks, approximately, right? Whereas, when it comes to summer term, it spans for 4 weeks. So, I'll tell you the importance of the summer term. So, if you have, please settle down. So, you will enroll for a set of courses in your regular odd semesters and even semesters as per the curriculum structure. If you have to accelerate, sometimes if you want to complete more number of courses ahead, instead of waiting till the 7th semester, or I mean, like, if you want to finish off your courses in 7 semesters and you want to dedicate your 8th semester for the complete project, you can make use of this summer term. That means you can opt for the courses, additional courses that are offered during the summer term and accelerate your learning. So, this will be helpful for the students who are fast learners. Understood? In addition to the subjects, the courses you are enrolled for in the even semester and odd semester, you can make up some more courses in the summer term. And there is a limit there. You can enroll for a maximum of how many credits during the summer term? How many credits can you enroll for in the summer term? 6 credits. You can enroll for a maximum of 6 credits during the summer term. So this is one advantage to accelerate your learning. So what is the other advantage of summer term? If it happens like you end up having one or two backlogs in any one particular term, even semester or odd semester, you can enroll for your backlog courses during the summer term and finish it off. Understood? You need not wait for the next batch and then register along with your juniors. And remember, there is no concept of supplementary examination. I'll come to that in the subsequent slides. Okay, you have to enroll for a course and then complete it. Okay, and so in addition to these two, if you don't have backlogs, if you don't want to go in an accelerated pace, and the summer can be used for other experience, like you can go for internships during summer, or you can go for some exposure to other places across different parts of the world. So this summer semester can be made use of in different ways. So am I clear? Right. So next comes the registration component. So yesterday, Professor Jai, the Pro VC Academics, he insisted on the importance of registration. Unless and until you are registered for a course, you will not be considered as a student in that particular course. Okay, at the beginning of the semester, you have to enroll for the courses which you want to study. And after enrolling, what is the process? So in this process, the rules that you have to follow while registering, you can't simply say I will enroll for as many courses as possible. There is a limit, there is a minimum and maximum limit for the courses that you have to enroll. So minimum you will be allowed to enroll for 16 credits in a particular semester, and maximum is 25, right? And this 25 includes the re-registration courses also. So as I told you, if you have any backlog and if you fail to register for that during the summer term also, what is the next alternative you have? You have to register for that course in the subsequent semester whenever it is offered along with your juniors, isn't it? Right? So including those, the re-registration courses, the total number of credits that you can register for is 25. And this is excluding pass-fail. So I'll tell you what are pass-fail courses. Please pay attention, everyone. These are really important. You need to have an awareness of all these guidelines before proceeding to your study. And there is another option also. If you have a particular course being taught in any campus, Vizag campus or Hyderabad or Bangalore, and it's being taught in only one campus, there is a provision to enroll for that course from across campuses also. If you're really interested in that course, and if it's being offered in Bangalore campus or Hyderabad campus, from Visakhapatnam you can enroll. Of course, that will be a blended mode. Got it? So now, for the current semester that you are enrolling for, this option doesn't apply for you. We will be providing the add-drop option from the second semester onwards. So more or less, in the first semester of your study, you have a defined set of courses which you can choose from. So what is this add-drop option? So during registration, you enroll for a set of courses. And after a week or 2 or 3 days after attending the classes, if you feel this is not my cup of tea, maybe I'm not fit for this course, there is an option to drop the course. And you can enroll for another course of your choice. So that is the add-drop option. So again, this is within the 16 to 25 credit limit. You can't say I'll drop one course and I'll add 3 or 4 more courses, and if that exceeds 25, again, that is not acceptable. The system will not allow you to register for more than 25 credits. So now coming to the attendance part. So if you have dropped the course and if you have enrolled into another course during this add-drop period, what will happen to the classes that you have missed? Attendance is really important, you know. There will be no compensation for attendance for the missed classes during that particular week. So regarding learning part, the material will be available in the learning management system. So currently we are using Moodle. So all the content will be available on Moodle. So you can compensate for the missed classes in Moodle. But attendance, there will not be any compensation. So what happens if you miss your registration? So we want our students to be on time, disciplined. So we have inserted certain checkpoints so that you register on time and there is a certain academic discipline that is followed. This is the timeline, the checkpoints that we have. Within 1 week of registration, like after completion of the registration up to 1 week, you can register, but you have to have certain approvals. Okay, I'll share this presentation with you, Amma. You need not take screenshots. You'll get this presentation in the PDF format. This presentation as well as yesterday's ProVC Academics presentation also, we'll share it with you. So these are the approvals that are required. Approval from the mentor and HOD for the first week. If you miss the first week, next subsequently for 2 weeks, it goes up the ladder in the level. So you have to take approvals from the dean and so on and so forth. But beyond 2 weeks of commencement, even if you don't register for the classes, then you have to take an academic break. You know the consequence? You will have to miss 1 semester if that's an academic break, okay? And you have to come back in the next semester, and this will obviously delay your graduation time. So I expect all of you to register on time and follow the schedule. So coming to withdrawal, so if you have any personal reasons or whatever may be the reason, if you want to withdraw from a particular term, you can do so. There is a provision for that. But you will have to take readmission in the next semester if you opt for an academic break, okay, or if you withdraw from the particular term. In both academic break as well as withdrawal from the term, you have to take readmission. Coming to the program structure. So yesterday you have heard about these terms, right? Elective courses, core courses, and so on like that. Every program in any school has a predefined structure. Structure, I mean to say, the courses that you have to take or you have to complete during your study period are divided into a number of categories. So first one is the university core category, where we have a set of courses which covers different aspects. So yesterday you have listened to Director Sports and Director Student Life also. So all the courses that are there related to student campus life or student life or sports, they come under the university core courses. In addition to, I'll show you the list of courses in the couple of slides. So this university core is common to all these 4 schools. Got it? So if you have any particular university core course, any student from any school, from any program can be a student of that particular university core course. So you have a heterogeneous mix of all the students in such courses. And this is not related to your specific domain in which you are enrolled into. Okay, these are general courses. After that, you have faculty core. So there is this term called faculty core, which is specific to the school. So engineering, what is the school you are into? It's a school of technology. Okay, any BSc or science programs, it's a school of science. BA programs, it's a school of humanities and social sciences. BBA, BCom, etc., it comes under the school of business. It's a school of business. Okay, it's a management stream, but it's called as a school of business. Okay, so if you are, let me clarify on this faculty core. If you are a BBA student or a BCom student, and both of you belong to the school of business, right? So faculty core comprises of the knowledge that a student has to possess in that business area, the common subjects across all the programs in business school, When it comes to engineering, we have civil engineering, mechanical engineering, biotechnology, computer science, ECE, and so on and so forth. The common courses which all the engineering students are expected to study come under faculty core. Okay, so any of the student from any of the stream can enroll for this particular course. Even in faculty core, there are certain courses which might be a little bit specific to the program, depending on your, say for example, if you have physics. Physics for computer science students might be different from physics from electronics based on the expertise that you have to have, right? So that is faculty core. After that, we have the program core. Program is, as I told you, if you are a BTech computer science, okay, since I'm from computer science department, maybe more or less I'll be speaking about computer science. So don't mind, okay, others. So if you are a student of computer science or ECE or BA, what happens is, in order to be eligible, if you have to claim yourself, I'm a BTech computer science engineer or BTech ECE, you have to have certain core courses in your own discipline. Got it? So that is program core. Similarly for BSc students, again in sciences we have life sciences, physical sciences and so on. So life sciences students are expected to study a certain set of courses. Got it? So that is the definition of program core. Next, after that, we have elective courses. So in elective courses, we have two variants here, program elective and open elective. Again, program, you know the definition, right? The undergraduate program into which you are enrolled into. So that program, you have a bunch of electives from which you can choose. If you want to gain expertise in a particular knowledge, in a particular discipline, you can choose courses as electives from that particular discipline. Whereas when it comes to open electives, again, it's an open basket. Across all schools, every department will be offering a set of open electives, and based on your interest, you can choose it as an open elective. So here, it's written as minimum 18 credits is required. So it varies. If it is a 3-year program, into which you are enrolled into, it is 18 credits that you have to fulfill in open elective category. If it's a 4-year program in probably engineering, you'll have to fulfill 24 credits. Okay? So this is about the electives. So in addition to the university core, faculty core, program core and so on and so forth, we have the skill building courses, the mandatory courses. So you have certain mandatory courses like environmental science. You might have studied that, right? When did you study environmental science? In your plus 2 you have studied, right? Similarly, we have it here also as a mandatory course. So there are certain mandatory courses and skill building courses. In addition to that, we have the provision of you enrolling for online courses also. So you can enroll in SWAYAM or NPTEL with prior approval from your mentor and then claim those as electives, open electives, okay? Open electives or program electives if the department agrees, but not core. Got it? So that provision also is available. And whatever grade you have, as I told you, if you have opted for a particular course in NPTEL or SWAYAM, and if you have completed that and you have secured some grade, but this is applicable to all schools, okay, online courses. The grade whatever you have earned will be mapped to our grade here, and accordingly you will get it in your grade card. Is that clear? Yes? No? Right. So now coming to, you have enrolled into a particular major, right? You know what is your major, the program into which you are enrolled into. So in addition to your major, you have some additional learning, the provision for additional learning. So this additional learning is in 3 aspects. One is a minor, next one is a double major, and the next one is honors. So minor, you can choose from your own school. I mean School of Technology or School of Science, if you belong to that particular school, or you can choose from any other school also. And for each and every minor in a particular department, there are certain specific credits that you have to earn in order to claim it as a minor. So this minor or double major or honors is in addition to your regular major. Say for example, for engineering, For a 4-year program, you're expected to do 160 credits. For a 3-year program, you're expected to do 120 credits, approximately, plus or minus 1 or 2. So minor will be in addition to the 160 credits for a 4-year program, whereas in the case of science students, it is inbuilt. Within 120, you can have your major as well as your minor. The number of credits per major and minor is defined by the department. And double major is another option where you have the provision to, but you might have to spare some more time on the campus to finish off all the credits that you have to do for a double major. After that, you have an honors program. This is also program specific. You have a set of courses defined for honors, and then you can enroll and finish. So this it has to be well planned well in advance. So right from your first semester, if you have a particular plan to do a minor along with your major, you have to be very choosy in selecting while registering, during the process of registering, whatever courses are available, so which you can claim for a minor. You have to be selective, and then you can claim for a minor. So now coming to the university core courses, which I told you. Right. So these university core courses, please pay attention, everyone. So the university core courses, we have two categories. You have the graded courses and the pass-fail courses. So graded courses are these courses, and they come up to 12 credits more. So you have English, communication skills in English. We have, in a short form, we have E0, E1, and E2. And typically, you'll be completing E0 and E1 in your first semester and E2 in your second semester. E0 is not graded. It's a pass-fail course, whereas E1 and E2 are graded. So you need to acquire a letter grade. Subsequently, we have, so we expect the students to be well-versed in soft skills also. So we have an provision in each and every semester, one soft skills course per semester. This is how the flow goes on, okay? So it has to go on in this order only. Right from semester 1 up to semester 6, you have to do 6 soft skills courses, so that you will be industry ready by the time you graduate. After that, we have, so if you have any particular ideas regarding new projects or something like that, we have a venture development center here in GITAM. You must have heard about that in the previous discussions. Someone must have told you. So if you have any ideas, you have coaches in the venture development center who will guide you through the process, and you can nurture them into useful products. So these are the courses. So and the venture development course should be completed in the first year, either semester 1 or semester 2, right? This is a beginner course in venture development. So if you have, if you're really interested in coming out with a product at the end of 4 years, subsequently in the next semesters, you can associate yourself with venture development center and go ahead. So now coming to the pass-fail courses. So these, one second, sorry. So the right side of this slide shows you the pass-fail courses in university core. Just have a look at all these courses. The first, we have sports, club activity, community service, personal financial planning, and health and well-being. This is for the overall development of a student. And out of these 5 courses, you're expected to do any 3. Though these are pass-fail courses, that means you get a satisfactory or unsatisfactory grade, that's all. Got it? So you need not have a letter grade. You complete the course. And in sports, again, you have different, yesterday Arun might have mentioned, right? Like different types of sports activities that you have. So you can choose from the courses that are available, sports courses, and you can enroll in this particular category. After that, we have the club activity and community service, where you can enroll yourselves as members or volunteers or participants, and you can explore your talent. So in order to have a basic understanding of your finances, we have a course on personal financial planning. So that is also an option that you have. So next, as I told you, where is this pointer going? Okay. So this is the beginner's course that I told you, the English beginner's course. This you will do it in your first semester. After that, you have IT productivity tools. You have heard of IT productivity tools, right? How many of you have enrolled into Coursera IT productivity tools? Yes. So during induction, you were introduced to these courses, a set of 4 Coursera courses that you are supposed to do, and the evaluation for these particular courses will be done during your first semester. So at the end of first semester, you'll have to have a satisfactory grade in the IT productivity tools. Next, we have 3 other courses: Indian Constitution and History, Gandhian Values and Ethics, and Environmental Sciences. So this is during any year of your study, you can enroll for these particular courses. So coming to the sports, club activity and community service, they will not be in your regular timetable hours. It's beyond working hours that you have to work on that in order to complete those courses. So these are the courses you have enrolled for, right? Have you enrolled for these courses, all of you? You got it in your Coursera login, right? If not, do it. We can share it with you. So these are the 4 courses that you have to complete. The 4 Coursera courses that you have to complete and finish off the assessment by the end of first semester. Yes?
Ma'am, the pass-off fail courses are mandatory.
Yes, it's mandatory. So beyond your expected credits, these are in addition to that. You get it in your grade card, but it doesn't count in your CGPA. You get, I'll show you the grade, how the grading happens. No, it's only the sports and club activity and community service which will not be displayed in your timetable. Rest all will assign that. And majority of the cases, what we are planning is so that you have your own flexibility. Gandhian Values and Ethics, Indian Constitution and History, also the material will be given to you online. It's like a MOOC course. And online assessment will happen for those. Right, so this is the sequence. As I told you, you have to follow the order, soft skills 1 to 6 in an order, and English 0, 1, 2 in a shorter form. We have the full forms of these are in communication skills in English for beginners, communication skills in English, and then advanced communication skills in English. So quickly, I'll just tell you what an instructional unit is. So I'm using the term called credit, right? So as I told you, if it's a 3-year program, you have to finish 120 credits, and if it's a 4-year, typically it's like this, 160. Credit is 1 theory hour in a week accounts to 1 credit. So if you are enrolled for a 3-credit course, you will have to spend 3 working hours in a week. That is for theory. When it comes to practical, it's double the time that you have to spend. 100 minutes in a particular week is 1 credit of practical, right? So this is the expected effort that you need to put in to acquire those particular credits. And coming to project and internship, 3 hours, guided will be only 1 week per week, 1 hour per week. And beyond that particular guided session, you'll have to work on your own to complete the project. And internship also, you're expected to do the internship for a period of 4 weeks, accounting to like 8 hours per day or so like that. And the terminology, because you will be seeing the last, this particular terminology, LTP SJC. Last one, LTP SJC, what L is a lecture, T is tutorial, practical, S is skill-based, and project work and internship are graded as graded, I mean to say, the notations that we follow. And finally, C is the credit. So in any course syllabus, you will be having LTP SJC. If a course has L2, means 2 lecture hours per week. 1 tutorial means, T is 1 means 1 tutorial hour per week, like that. It will be represented in your syllabus copies. So in addition to this, this is for students who are very much passionate in research. This is beyond your 160 credits. If you have a passion for research, you can enroll yourself with any faculty across the university. It's not limited to your department only, okay, got it? So you can make use of this opportunity. So you can, if you can associate yourself, and this is again in 3 levels. Or if you do any level, level 1 or 2 or 3, so the grade that's given is UREX 001, 2 and 3. So what is the advantage of doing this? One, it helps you subsequently in your career to pursue your passion in research. And next is, if you complete with all the specified requirements, you get the full credits, the O grade, the topmost grade for the credits assigned to that particular code. Understood? If it is a 3-credit course, you get an O grade. And the last one, the second level, 0003 level, you have, it's a 4-credit thing, and you will be given an O grade. So definitely it will add to your CGPA. So this is the curriculum. If you have a curriculum, it's really important. What are all the components that you have? Every course, you have the curriculum structure, in what way you can proceed in your tenure. And next, every course comprises of some of the details like course codes and titles. I'll tell you what course codes and titles are. And next, we have this number of contact hours, prerequisites, etc., or the preferable exposure that you have to have. Say if you want to enroll for a particular course, it's always advisable, if the teacher says it's advisable if you have certain exposure in some other course. Psychology 2 requires Psychology 1 as a prerequisite. So all those details will be mentioned in the curriculum structure. So this is the program code. See, if you're enrolled into a department, say physics department, if you're enrolled into a physics department might be offering certain programs, right? BSc Physics, BSc Electronics, and so on and so forth. Each program will be having a code. The ones that you have, the numbers that you have on your ID card, did you ever try to decode what is that? Okay, so all these, whatever you're seeing here, it is your program code also which is there in your ID card. See, a simple example, Amma. So first alphabet stands for the undergraduate, postgraduate, or research student, followed by the Department of Biotechnology. Each department has a code. If it is Biotechnology department, it is BTEN, and they are offering one undergraduate program, that is 01. And similarly, you'll be having others also. And this is a course code. So program code is available on your ID card also. So what does that say? What is the first alphabet in your ID card? What does it mean? What does V mean in your ID card? And for Hyderabad and Bangalore? Hyderabad and V stands for Visakhapatnam, H is for Hyderabad, and B for Bangalore. Next one, second alphabet, U. What is that? Undergraduate. After that? 22, the admitted year. Next? CSEN. Majority, how many of you are from CSE department? Okay. Right, CSEN is for computer science engineering, the branch code for that. And next, whatever digits you have, the 2 digits are the program codes there. And last, 3 or 4 digits is your roll number. Okay, so this is the meaning of your number that you have on your ID card. So similarly, we have a course code. Every course has a code here. So if you are enrolling for a particular course, you need to identify the codes. It's like 4 alphabets and 4 digits. First 4 alphabets denotes the department which is offering the course, and the first alphabet number denotes the level of the course and the serial order of the course. So here, you have a set of committees. So till now I told you like what is the structure and so on and so forth. So how to monitor whether everything is going on well or not. So for that we have a set of committees. The first committee that you have is the course committee. That means the course into which you are enrolled into. All the teachers handling that particular course are members, and you can opt to be a member. Is there anyone who is willing to do so? You can opt to be a member of that particular course committee so that you can present your ideas, or if you have any issues, you can discuss with your teachers there, and so on. So that is, the course committee is the committee where the students have the participation, and they meet every fortnight to discuss about the progress of the syllabus and so on and so forth like this. So the next level committee is the program committee, is the program into which you're enrolled for. Say mechanical engineering, BTech mechanical engineering is one program. So like that, similarly BSc physics or BSc chemistry. So every program has a committee comprised of members, but your participation will be limited to the course committee so that those issues will be escalated to the next higher levels. The next school level committee is the dean of the school is the chair and he heads the committee. So all the issues will be going up in a systematic order. So now coming to the assessment part. So we have this, please listen, at least this might be of interest to you. It's really important. So we have continuous assessment, and for some courses you have continuous assessment. That means for 100 marks, if you have it throughout the semester divided, and there are various components assigned for that. And some courses you have formative and summative also. Formative, I mean to say 70% for the continuous assessment and 30% toward the end of the semester. So how these are assessed? The teacher will tell you based on what components the continuous evaluation goes on for 70 marks. But grading will be done for both put together. Continuous assessment and some semester end assessment. All put together, you have this grading part. So this is the procedure. We have this relative grading and absolute grading. So let me tell you here. I'll just show you one table. Don't worry, I'll share this PPT with you. And everything is available in the regulations also in the website. I'll show you where it is available also. So you have relative grading and absolute grading. How many of you are aware of relative grading? Can you raise your hands, please? Absolute grading? Okay. For a total score of 100, if you secure 85%, 85 marks, in absolute grading, it is defined 81 to 90 is this particular grade, 91 to 100 is this particular grade, and so on like that. Whereas when it comes to relative grading, the scenario is slightly different. So it depends on the performance of the entire class. So if 60 students are enrolled with a particular teacher, okay, the mean and standard deviation of the performance of the students in that particular set of students, we call it as a cohort, okay, teacher and students, will define the grade of those 60 students, right? So that is relative grading. In relative grading, if you say I got 91, it doesn't mean that you can get it doesn't ensure that you get a top score. It depends on the average mark. Is that clear? But whereas for project and internship, it is absolute grading. We don't go for relative grading. And the types of courses we have are theory, practical, and combined course also. Exclusive theory, you don't have a practical component. Exclusive practical component is another course. We have a mix of theory and practical component. Again, how do you evaluate there is again the 70-30 70% weightage will be given for theory component and 30% weightage for practical component. All put together, you'll get a grade there in the combined course. So now coming to the grading, the table. I'll show you the tables, okay, how the grades are mapped. So this is what I told you. And the minimum condition is you need to have a set of 21 students in order to be graded relatively. So if a set of students is not for a particular teacher, if I have only 20 students and another teacher is having some 40 or something, you might be grouped with other batch of students depending on the average mark. So this is the relative grading. You have a formula here. You need not worry about all this. You do your best in your class and you'll definitely secure a top grade. So this is based on normal distribution. The mean and standard deviation, as I told you, are calculated, and that decides the grades in relative grading, right? Next, after that, you have absolute grading. So I'll just show you the table. So this is the absolute grading table here. So you are aware of these grades, right? The marks and the corresponding grade. This is how it looks like. So there are two alphabets here. So look at serial number 10 and 11. What do those mean? Serial number 10 and 11? Satisfactory and unsatisfactory, right? For which courses do these apply? Non-graded. So we have certain non-graded courses. Can you recollect any non-graded course? Example, I told you, right, English 0 is a non-graded one. You get satisfactory or unsatisfactory there. Similarly, soft skills is graded. All soft skills are graded, Amma. You have sports, club activity, community service, all these are non-graded or pass-fail courses where you have to have only S or U. So if you see any U in your grade card, it means that you have not cleared that pass-fail course and you have to enroll for that again. Okay, it's not a different grade that is given to you. So be very careful about that. Next one is the grade policy. So you have I grade and R grade. If you have registered for an internship and you could not submit, you've done your work, but you couldn't submit your project report on time due to several reasons, you can opt for I grade in your grade card. Okay, you can volunteer for that and then later submit it and get your grade. And the next one is the R grade that you have. So what will lead to an R grade? Any clue of what will lead to an R grade? It's there. Attendance, you have to repeat, okay? R is a repeat grade. Make sure that you don't have this R grade in your grade card at any point of time. So this could be your question. I really mean this, okay? Shall we move forward? You have another important thing that is coming up, so let me check the time. We're almost done. Right. So as I told you, please, may I have your attention, please, all of you? This is really important. As I told you, you will not have any supplementary examinations. If you register for a set of courses in a semester, you go through those courses. If you don't get the pass grade, what is the subsequent step? You have to re-register for the courses. And that will cost you an amount of rupees 7,500 per course, and it is subject to revision every year. Got it? So make sure that you study well. Not only that, once you re-register for a course, what is this? Grade cap. Your grade will be capped at B+, whatever may be the situation. So this is the consequence. So if you're good academically, it's a very smooth ride for you. If you fall short of attendance or whatever it is, if you don't study well, you have to be ready to face this. And one more thing, there is an option for betterment of grades. Okay, say for example, you have secured a C grade in any particular course. If you want to improve your grade, in that case also you have to re-register for the course, and re-register, I mean to say, again the entire process starts. It's as good as enrolling for a course freshly. So re-registration involves repeating the course again. And even for betterment, though you opt for betterment, from C to B+, you can go and not beyond that. So if you get any grade in your existing courses above B+, it's not advisable to re-register. Obviously, the cap is B+, right? It will dip your CGP again. So this is the impact. So am I clear on this? So coming to progression. So yesterday, Pro-VC also mentioned, you have to be regular to the classes, and that will solve all the issues if you have any. Okay? So if you, what is the progression rule? By the time you reach your final year, you have to clear certain credits. Maintain you have attendance regularity. And again here, this is another important. For each and every course, the minimum expected attendance is 65. Only then you will be allowed to write your exams, but for the semester, it is 75. If the semester attendance is less than 75 at any point of time, you will be allowed to write the exams for the courses who have 75 attendance and above, that's all. In that case, if you have 68 or something also, you will not be allowed if your sem and attendance is less than 75%. Am I clear on this? So this is the attendance rules. And next one is the break. I think I told you about break earlier, when you have to take a break, at what situations will force to lead to an academic break. After that, we have exceptions. So if we have certain athletes who represent the country and so on like that. So in such cases, there is an option for an exception from an academic break, but that requires permission from the deans and vice chancellor. Coming to the promotion part. So this is also part of progression. So by the time you reach your final year, for all the programs, be it 3-year or 4-year, you have to clear 80% of the registered credits till date. Registered credits, right? Next, from first year to third, before proceeding to third year, this is for 4 years and above duration, you have to clear 60% of the credits. And the third rule is that you have to finish off all your first year courses, the courses that you have registered for in the first year by the time you move to the third year. So these are the checkpoints. So we have certain checks and balances here so that the students move on in a planned way. So now what happens if you fail to meet the criteria? By the time you have to move to your third year, you have 2 checks, right? What happens if you don't meet that? You will be put on an academic probation. Okay? So probation means you will not be allowed to register for the courses along with your regular batch. You will have to enroll for the courses that you are supposed to do in the previous semesters until you reach that particular level, which makes you eligible to move to the subsequent semester. And continuous 2 years if you are put on academic probation. Have you read the consequence? What does it lead to? It might lead to dismissal from the program. That's the end of the story there. So leave policy, this is what I told you. I need not, there are several leave policies. I'll show it to you in the regulations. And the most important thing is academic integrity. It's really important. Any document that you submit as part of your project report or your assignment, so in addition to the tools that you have, the Grammarly, etc., all that which access is given to you, we have plagiarism tools also, and we expect utmost integrity from the students. Not only in your examinations, assignments, project work, even during your career, the final year placement activities also, integrity is expected, failing which you have to face the Academic Integrity Committee, and the decision of the Academic Integrity Committee is final. So do all of you have your mail IDs? GITAM.in mail IDs. So please follow those mail IDs only for any official communication. So you have lots and lots of social media pages, and so many documents are being shared nowadays in this digital world, right? So you need not follow all that. Refer to GITAM website, or any official communication will be shared to you to your mail. So this is a single point communication. Now comes I'll just show you the slides because you'll be registering in a couple of days from now. I'll just show you how this looks like. This is the starting page where you will be given your user ID and password. You'll have to log in like this. And then you have a set of student portals here. You have the registration portal. And once you click on that, you'll move on to This is how, the terminology might vary. These are old screenshots actually I've taken from your seniors batch. It is open electives, program electives like that. You have a list, this is how the timetable appears. And you will be having your class, you can choose the courses like this from the categories that you have. And finally, your customized timetables. Each of you might be having a different timetable. It appears in that particular grid that you have. Got it? So don't check with your friends and search saying that you and I are not having the same timetable. It might not happen. It depends on the timing and the course into which you are enrolled for. So this is it. And any questions? It is an additional term. You have the even semester and odd semester, right? In addition to this, you have a 4-week summer term where you can register for 6 credits and complete the courses in that summer term. So this, you can use it in 2 ways. One is, if you have any backlogs, you can try to finish it off in the summer term, right? Or if you want to go for an accelerated learning, if the courses are offered, say for example, if some courses which you plan to study in your 3rd semester, if they're being offered in the summer term, you can do that and finish it off early. But your degree will be awarded only in the stipulated time. You can't say that I'll finish off my degree in credits in 3 years and I want a degree and I'll go off. That's not possible. We'll allow you to complete your credits early. But the additional period that you have created for yourself is for some project or internship or something like that. You can make use of that. Is that clear? So in that summer term, so within 4 weeks, you have to complete the semester workload. Please keep that in mind also. Yes? You have to choose the second major which you have to, which you plan to study among. So in that case, that program demands a set of courses from you. It'll be around 60 credits, 50 to 60 credits. Depends on the program. So in order to earn those 60 credits, how much time you have to spend? Additional courses. So that is why I mentioned you might have to spend additional time on the campus. It could lead to an extra year. Can we wind up? Right, I'll just show you. This is your web page, right? So here you have an academics tab, and in that you have more. You have the academic calendar and regulations. Okay? So I'll just show you how the typical academic calendar looks like. This is the university calendar. That's right. You just open this and click it, Amma. I think there is some net connectivity issue here. So you have the academics page, right? In more, you have academic calendar and regulations. You can open that and your calendars will be uploaded. So it is the university academic calendar that is uploaded here. Again, subsequent to this, the institutes might give you their own internal exam schedule and so on. In this calendar, we don't have the internal exam schedule. We have only the holidays, special days, and the term end exams, feedbacks, etc. All that we have. Anything else do we have, sir, in the institute calendar? Only midterm exams, right? So if there are no questions, thank you, everyone. Hope you have understood these a little bit. What about the minors? You can choose them based on the offerings in a particular semester. Huh? When to? During your course registration only, you can choose them. No, see, it's a one-time registration for a semester, be it summer term or even semester or odd semester. So that time you have to be focused and choose the subjects. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, enough. Yes, ma'am. It is spread across. Need not worry about that. We'll tell you, we'll inform you to your official mail ID when it will start, when it will close. That's why I'm telling you, follow your official mail ID. Okay? Keep the notifications on for that official mail ID in your mobile.
And also Dean of Management, Professor Amit Badra, to please come on to the dais. Professor Balak Kumar Marti comes with industrial experience from Unilever and has a strong research foundation in microbiology. Sir, may I request you to please address the gathering.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this induction. I'm glad to see so many people, and I'm glad to see so many prospective new entrants to GITAM University. Like it was said just now, I come from industry. I've been in GITAM only for a very short time, about 2.5 years or so. It's nice to be here. It's a nice environment. As you can see, we have nice facilities. I will just give you a short brief about what we do in the GITAM School of Science, and then maybe answer some general questions, very specific questions. I am still learning too, so you might have to, I might have to direct you to somebody else for very specific answers. So the GITAM School of Science, as you can imagine, is a mix of both natural earth sciences and life sciences. So we have the departments of mathematics, physics, and chemistry, which form the basic foundation of science. And then we have the life sciences in terms of biotechnology, biochemistry, bioinformatics, food science, technology, and microbiology. Then we've got environmental science, and these together form the entire science faculty. We don't have all these faculties in the other two campuses. Yeah, we are building the other two campuses in some of the areas. Physics, chemistry, mathematics, yes. We started food science technology in Hyderabad. Now we will build biotechnology in Bangalore. So pretty soon, in the next couple of years, you will see a more wholesome kind of departmental structure in all three campuses. So the choices increase. The kind of work that is done, obviously you have the academic work in terms of bachelor's degrees. One department I did forget is Department of Computer Science, which confers the Bachelor of Computer Applications and Master of Computer Applications degrees. This is separate from the computer science you'll hear about in the engineering or the technology faculty. So beside the academic work that we do in terms of bachelor's, master's, PhDs, we have a very strong PhD program in all the subjects. There's also a lot of emphasis now beginning to be put into research activities and innovation, so that we can start building our research programs a lot more strongly. So whether it is in biology, whether it is in physics, chemistry, maths, there are a lot of things that are going on. Some very exciting stuff that is happening, and some of it probably as interns or as part of your research project. Some of you will get an opportunity to work in things like nanomaterials for various functions, whether it is for drug delivery, whether it is for improving the quality of life in other areas, work that is being done on solar energy. There is a lot of work going on in environmental technology, on mapping the erosion that happens on, for example, the Vizag and the Andhra coast, to try to come up with measures to mitigate effects due to pollution, due to climate change, due to rise in water levels. Food science and technology, of course, is looking at trying to build different foods, develop technologies, and help people understand how that helps. So most of our courses are really very much geared towards how to make you a lot more, shall we say, attractive in the job market. So you hopefully develop a lot of practical skills that will help you in getting the right kinds of placements. Yeah, besides that, there's also a strong emphasis on how you work together with the different departments. It's not just that if you're a chemist, you work only in chemistry, but you also need to collaborate with other groups. So whether it is mathematicians working on modeling with physicists, whether it is food technologists who are looking to see whether they could use some biotechnology techniques to build better foods or better food processes, etc. There's a lot of emphasis on that. It's an enjoyable environment for you to be in, as you can see, and I think you will enjoy being part of the entire GITAM ecosystem and family, and a lot of interesting things in terms of the curriculum, in terms of the way we do things, in terms of introducing new ways of teaching. We already have a very strong investment that we have made in online teaching. So Coursera is where we have partnered and really delivered a lot during the pandemic and the lockdown. And now we are kind of aligning that to more blended learning, where we say that when you're doing an offline course or in-person course, how can you complement that with the right kind of online learning. There's a lot of opportunity for you to interact with other parts of the organization. There is a venture development center we have where you can see if you have ideas to start your own business, or you have some great idea that you want to bring it to some kind of commercial endpoint. We've got the infrastructure ready for you to work on. So a lot of things that you could do here, and I'm particularly very happy and proud to be part of the sciences, because it's a very nice, diverse group of people, some young, some who have been here for a long time, but all of them dedicated to delivering the best science education and the science research that we want. So I think that's really all I want to say at this point. Probably more useful to answer your questions if you have any. Is that okay? So questions, please, before I hand over to my other colleagues. Things that worry you, things that bother you, things that you're excited about. I'd like to hear about them. So even in classrooms, we don't want this silence. We want people to ask, to inquire, and then to learn. Yeah. Is there a mic that you could get?
Good morning, sir. I'm myself Harshni from MSc Organic Chemistry. So I want to listen some tips how to remember the equations and all the concepts in organic chemistry.
I have the same question. How do I remember? Honestly, I'm not an organic chemist, so I don't know what answer to give you, other than the fact that rather than a very general answer, maybe there are some organic chemists here who can help. The very general answer, just concentrate on understanding what the principles are, and then the equation becomes easy to remember, at least in theory. Yeah. Other than that, anybody would like to volunteer? It's a question that you should also ask your faculty, your professors, and if you feel that you're not understanding it, please ask them to explain, because sometimes we tend to just give you the equation and forget about it. Try to understand why, and then get the explanation. Yeah? Sorry, I can't give you a more specific answer than that. Yeah, please, here.
Good morning, sir. I'm Pallavi. I opted for BSc Honours in Biotechnology. So I wish to know about the scope of biotechnology in India at present.
Where do you want me to stop? Here, here, or here? Yeah. When biotechnology is a huge field. It's a catch-all for a lot of things. You know, in the past, when I was studying biotechnology, only referred, it was a new term at that time. It only referred to a certain sets of biological technologies that you use for things like fermentation, things like downstream processing, those kinds of things. But now biotechnology has become huge. It encompasses everything. You know, you try to create a medical device, that's biotechnology. You try to solve or to you know, address pollution in the oceans through biological means, that's biotechnology. You try to you know, make drugs or bioactives from either plants, from microorganisms, that's all biotechnology. The point I'm trying to make is the scope is huge. And you can apply, while the basic degree is biotechnology, you can apply it anywhere. So the advantage you also get is you get a lot of exposure to engineering also in a biotech, especially if you do a biotechnology in the as BTech, you do get that exposure, and that can help you apply your knowledge anywhere. It's actually true for a lot of other areas. Yeah. So what you need to realize when you think about what the scope of biotech is where can I apply it? And today it's everywhere from stem cells all the way up to, like I said, treatment of pollution. Yeah. Qasim Bibi, would you like to add to that, or you're satisfied with my answer? So it's you can't fail, is what my answer is. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Any more? Okay, if not, I wish you all the best. Enjoy your time here, learn a little bit, and make a great career. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the insightful address, sir. Next, we have Professor Vijay Shekhar. Professor Vijay Shekhar, a PhD from Georgia Tech, is an academic leader and a scientist with expertise in modeling, analysis, and synthesis. Sir.
Good morning. How many of you are in engineering? Raise your hands, please. Okay. So please pay attention to Professor Balkumar, because he's the one who is going to be responsible for your maths, physics, and chemistry. And that's what you will still study in your first year, right? Apart from a couple of engineering courses. So I am an engineer, but I get scared to claim expertise in engineering. I studied engineering long ago. Like you, we had to write a lot of entrances, but not as many as you did. JEE was still there, and I happened to succeed that and went to Madras to get my bachelor's. And from there, I went to the US and did my PhD, as indicated, on some topic that you may not appreciate at this point. Perhaps we can discuss at a later point. After that, I spent about 10 years teaching there, came back to India, spent a little bit of time in TCS, and then came back to academics. So before I start talking about anything else, what is the verdict on the movie Liger? Flop, okay. So, blockbuster. So how many of you think it is a hit? Raise your hands. Okay, I got the answer. So you saved some couple of hours for me. I don't need to go see that movie. So what's the verdict on the course universal human values? Is that good? Lift your hands if you think it is good. Okay, some of you. Okay, that's good to hear. We are all humans. We are supposed to have grown up with universal human values, but of course, our government thinks that we need to teach you specially human values, so we have that course. You'll listen to some of those more again throughout the coursework anyway. But of course, if I get a chance, I will teach, or rather express my own theory of human values. We'll talk about that later. How is the IT productivity tools? Do you like it? Or do you already know them beforehand? Either way, I hope it is, I saw many of you raised hands for engineering, so hopefully most of you are already familiar. If not, get yourself familiar with it because they are useful skills. Believe it or not, when you grow up, go out of your bachelor's degree and things like that, when you start working, some people actually, take for me instance, the only software that I use these days is email, right? Other than Instagram, Facebook and things like that, but the serious one is email, right? Once in a while, I actually use Excel. So knowing Excel is very important, knowing email is very important. So this is IT productivity tools at the best. So do that course with all the rigor. But if you do find difficulties in terms of, say, some teachers not doing well and things like that, we would love to hear feedback because we want to make sure that the teachers do a good job. So what can I say? If you talk to anybody at my age group or any age group between your age and I'm 51 now, 3 times your age, any age between that, if you ask them what is the best time in their life, they would always go back and talk about the 4 years or 3 years they spend in university, right? So you may not relate to it at this point. When you grow up, I'm sure you will come back to the same conclusion. So why is it so, a greater period? But when I was in the US, by the time, anybody reaches the age of 18, the parents expect them to be on their own in terms of financial independence too. So many of my students there sitting in my classrooms were actually paying for the college on their own. So the type of responsibility that they express and things like that was very different. So I still have difficulty in terms of making you guys wake up to this meeting, right? So, but not there. So they would actually pay through their nose, so they would come back. Fortunate in some sense in many ways is our parents support our children through the bachelor's degree to say the least. You have matured if you don't receive calls from your mother or father for waking up for the classroom, right? Or for that matter, if you're a day scholar, nobody is pouring water on you to make sure that you get into the bus on time. But these 4 years, hopefully, first year you're still getting woken up by somebody pouring water on you. By the 4th year, maybe you will actually wake up on time on your own, right? So that's the kind of a maturity that happens in these 4 years. And a lot of things happen in the classroom. There is no doubt. If you take the opportunity of attending classes, by the way, you don't have any choice because 85% is mandatory attendance. So mark my words, if you don't have 85%, I will ensure that you won't be writing many exams and getting bad grades and things like that. The least we expect is come to the classroom. Even if you sleep off there, we don't care. But of course, we hope that you will actually use that opportunity to learn something, right? But then first get that discipline of actually coming into the classroom and make an effort to listen to the teacher. And believe me, when you're at classroom, if you pay attention or not pay attention, even those words that enter your brain without your effort will actually help a lot, right? So do make sure that you attend classes. 85% is mandatory. So anyway, but that's in the classroom. The way we actually want you to do is actually learn a lot beyond that classroom. First of all, some assignments will require help from each other and things like that. Those things happen. But this university education is a lot more to do with the classroom education than anything else. you say something to a stranger who will hopefully become a friend of yours in a couple of months or something, and then that person gets offended. You won't even know why, right? Many things. In fact, I was in conversation with my father and uncle on languages, and they were giving examples in terms of how different words in different regions. I mean, they migrated from Andhra to Telangana and so on and so forth. Some word that is very normal and respectable in one region is completely offensive in other regions. So you will discover these differences when somebody gets offended. Sometimes it's not even something like that. It is something to do with basically the other person's personality. You will actually get to see so many different personalities. And here, if you stop talking to somebody for 10 days, 6 months, it doesn't matter because, it's just a classmate. But in an environment in life, whether it is at home or office, it is not pleasant to stop talking to somebody. Moreover, if you are in a professional environment, if you don't get to communicate to somebody, then basically you cannot get things done. So this is the time. For these 4 years are the ones that we use to actually learn how to talk to each other, how to communicate to people who get easily offended because we are elders and we demand respect and so on and so forth. So this is a nice time for you. You are treated still as children by your parents, but at the same time they expect you to be adults. So it's a transition stage. In some sense, you are all taken care of by the parents in terms of finance and other advisors. But you are also expected to reach that point where you actually are going to be on your own by the time you're 21, 22 or so. Therefore, in that sense, you are safely experimenting with many things, right? So therefore, this will always be the best time for anyone's lifetime. So utilize this time properly. Don't get into things that will actually make you regret forever, right? I don't have to mention what they are. Yesterday I was here partly when the president was talking about it, and he openly discussed about some of those issues. So please stay away from getting into trouble of all kinds. I see students roaming around on their bikes at a speed that is not acceptable for a campus. Why is it not acceptable? It's not a question of fun or not fun, bad rule or this thing. It's simply unsafe. I mean, I can quote many examples where the student sitting in the back is actually jumped 20 feet over and got into major accident and things like that. So these are simple, sensible things that you have to do. Don't start smoking, don't start drinking. I mean, I don't have to tell you these things because the ill effects of those things are very well documented, very well known in the society. Moreover, in an environment on a campus, we don't allow any of these things. You're actually breaking a rule if you engage in any of these activities. I am a big fan of actually giving freedom to students in terms of experimenting with everything, but at the same time within a reason, right? I mean, in the sense that you are not supposed to do things that you are not supposed to do. And at that point, I believe in forgiving everything, even those mistakes, but then our policies will not allow us certain things, right? So if you actually are caught doing any of these unwanted things, unwarranted things, then unfortunately, we'll have to live with the punishments that we have in the list of our regulations and things like that. But anyway, let's go beyond these unpleasant things. Utilize the time, therefore, productively. And that productivity, like I said, most of it is you're expected to come to classes, you're expected to perform well in academics and things like that. But suppose in one semester you don't perform, don't bother so much, right? I mean, performance in one single semester is not going to matter. Yes, when you go for placement and things like that, your friend may have slightly more GPA and then may be preferred in terms of selecting the CV for that temporary purpose. But then that does not define who you are in the long term. And then believe me, even the best jobs that some of the students get in the placement, it doesn't necessarily define an entire career. Students who start at the lowest pay in the placements can actually go to the top and vice versa. But it all depends on how you behave, what are the habits that you acquire in life, and therefore this 4 years is where you actually acquire most of those habits independently without somebody instructing you, do this, do that. Nobody is going to tell you at this point. If you're staying home, of course, your mother and father will obviously protect you from everything, but if you're in the hostel, then nobody is there, you're on your own. But in the classroom and things like that, there is certain etiquette that we expect. But in general, on a campus, you have to make those decisions and choices on your own. You'll be presented with many, many choices. In fact, soon you'll be asked to register for coursework, and then first thing that you will be asked is actually choose a faculty member. And then you don't have any information on who is good faculty and who is bad faculty and things like that. That is where your immediate seniors will come into picture. Talk to them. 90% of the seniors are very kind. 10% may think that they are better than you and bigger than you and whatever, and ignore those guys, stay away from those guys. But other 90%, they will be very helpful, and ask them who is the best teacher and things like that. But if they indicate some teacher is very easy in grades and things like that, run away from them. Why is that? Please pay attention. If somebody is giving average of say 70, 90% and things, 90% marks, the later grades will be very bad for even somebody who is scoring 90%. That's the concept of relative grading. We can talk about it later. I think one of the sessions will cover that aspect. But run away from anybody who says is an easy teacher, because easy teachers are lazy teachers. They don't want to do their job of teaching, and therefore they will give easy marks. Of course, if you happen to be one of the classes because you picked some teacher without really knowing, let us know. The feedback is important, and then we will ensure that they don't remain easy teachers, right? We are not here to make your life easy. On the other hand, we are not here to make your life difficult. We are here to make sure that you learn the best possible things. In that fashion, exams are unfortunately integral part of this thing. But we want to make sure that these exams are relevant to your learning, rather than just somebody asked a question to Professor Balkumar, how do I memorize the equations from organic chemistry? Talk to medical students on the other side of the campus. They have their own tricks. Unfortunately, you can't start operating and suddenly try to remember, which is liver and which is pancreas, right? So they have to know a little bit of memorization has to be done. So there are in fact books written on how to memorize and things like that. I don't think organic chemists or anybody who is in engineering would require to memorize. Google is there, and Google is so addictive that we forget how to go from one place to other these days. That's the way things are. So we don't have to memorize, but more importantly, learn how to apply these concepts in various contexts and things like that. And exams are there to understand whether we are understanding. And if I'm a teacher, I want to know how much you're understanding based on what I'm teaching. And then similarly, within yourselves, is somebody understanding better and things like that. Grades are a necessary evil. We are not going to get rid of them anytime soon. Exams have a value. Grades, unfortunately, is something that we have to show off to the rest of the world that I secured such a grade and things like that. The relevance of these grades will actually go away immediately after your first placement. Not even that. In fact, the placement is going to be dependent on how well you perform in an interview and things like that. Pay attention to classwork, pay attention to exams, but don't pay so much attention to grades. Don't ever think grades as your goal, right? So anyway, since I represent engineering, I have to talk a little bit about engineering. We have about, I don't know, I can never remember, I can list them. We have a computer science engineering and a couple of flavors within that. We have mechanical engineering, biotechnology, aerospace engineering, electrical and communications engineering, and electrical and electronics engineering, and then finally civil engineering. So about 7 programs or so, BTech programs are there. Of course, majority of you probably belong to the computer science. One day I'll understand why. I suppose the obvious answer is there's a lot of IT jobs, but less than obvious answers, there are many of them. Some of you probably hate, the strong word, physics, right? Possibly because you had bad teachers or you never had a good, good textbook to read or whatever, you start disliking a particular subject, and because of that you choose those things. That's fine. Somebody mentioned about biotechnology. Computer science today is there, it's a service-oriented subject, meaning it cannot survive on its own. It has to be applied in 100 different things. One of the things that you should all look forward is actually helping the biotechnology. And there are subjects called bioinformatics and genomics and whatnot, where computer approaches, any computational approach is what is most important there in terms of understanding all the data that is coming from biological experiments or diagnostics, right? So there's a lot of applications of computer science and biotechnology and so on. Hopefully you will go beyond just the computer science and actually use the open electives to learn something beyond that. The traditional people use the word core, but I would like to use the word traditional engineering branches such as mechanical and things like that are as important as anything else today and before. Because eventually this building is not going to get constructed by a computer engineer. It has to be done by a civil engineer still. Of course, that civil engineer may use computational methods, so the civil engineer also will learn a lot of programming and stuff like that. So today, nothing can actually be done on, just by one single, person from one single branch or anything like that. Everything is interdisciplinary. So I encourage strongly in terms of all of you learning from one another. We will start hopefully some activities where you're all expected to come together and actually perform, work together, and hopefully create something that is, partly it can be called as partly mechanical, electrical, computers and whatnot, right? So look forward to those mixtures of different disciplines. And I keep saying engineering, but engineering is based on science, and then all these things eventually have to be in some sense made into a product and sold as a business and things like that. That's where some principles of management are important. So all those things are part of your coursework. I don't want to bore you with all the details. You will get to see some of those things. There are courses that we start off almost in the first semester on something called Venture Development Center, where you get exposed to business. I mean, there's no standard recipe for successful business, but more you get exposed to different examples of business, you get to see what is happening. Anyway, so I think I don't want to take more time. The summary is basically pay attention to whatever is going on around you. Keep your ears and eyes open for learning from every instant that you have spent on this campus for 4 years, right? I mean, you can learn from a very small thing, how a gardener is actually gardening, to all the way to some teacher is teaching you some concept in the classroom. All of them are equally important. Learn from your friends, learn from your teachers, learn from even outside the campus. Pay attention to what is going on to the rest of the world. Read some news. So many good and bad things are happening. Climate change, people keep talking about it. We grew up not really knowing the effects of climate change, but you will soon not have a choice. So you will actually have to do something about it. So think about how to do those things. Any project you want to do, pick some topic that is relevant to something like climate change, that is going to really affect you in the future. If not, it is already. I mean, I don't know how many of you read about what is happening in Pakistan. Have you? Any of you know what is going on in Pakistan right now? Floods, right? Floods of scale that we are not aware of. So think about this question: why did the entire hall become suddenly quiet? Okay, what is the relation between power cut and noise? Anyway, so keep your eyes and ears open for everything. All the best. I'll be there with you for whatever the duration. We'll hopefully have more interactions like this. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the engrossing speech, sir. So next we have Professor Amit Badra, Dean of Management. Professor Amit Badra is an educator, business consultant, and administrator. He was previously the Vice Chancellor of Oxford University, currently the Dean of Management. Sir, may I request you to please address the gathering. So we have a presentation from sir.
All right, good morning. At the outset, let me congratulate each one of you for having made the decision to join GITAM University. GITAM University is one of the finest universities in this country, and I think the decision you have made is a very, very appropriate one. But I'm slightly pained to see that a large number of students are sitting in the back rows, and GITAM University, students should be front runners and not backbenchers. So I think I'd like to make a little change in the seating. Can I request the people sitting in the back rows to come and occupy the seats in the front? People sitting in the back side over there in that corner, a lot of people are sitting there. Would you like to come and sit in the front rows? Yes, can I ask these guys to sit in the, come forward a little bit? The guys in the last row. Do you want to be backbenchers or do you want to be the leaders and front runners? Which way do you want it to be? You want to be the backbenchers? Guys over there in that corner, can you come to the front, please? All right, that's much better. I would have liked it if these rows also had been occupied. All right, so I am from the School of Business, and I'm also an engineer. I worked in industry for several years in the engineering industry, and I've been in senior management positions. Now I'm an academician heading the business school. And, being a business professional, I can tell you that business is probably one of the finest things that has been invented by mankind. Business plays a very significant role in society. Business drives the economy. Businesses give opportunities to people to build their lives and their careers. Business gives us an opportunity to earn a livelihood. And business produces goods and services of good quality, which are used by all of us. So business is a great thing that has happened in modern society. And today businesses are highly organized and very, very professionally managed. And our job in the business school is to create professionals who would run and manage those very fine institutions. A business leader, Harold Sidney Janin, who was the CEO and chairman of the board of a company called ITT, International Telephone and Telegraphs, which in its time was one of the largest and most successful business organizations in the world, said that the process of conducting business is fascinating, demanding, and creative, worthy of being classed with the higher arts, worthy of the highest personal commitment for self and society. I think it's not an overstatement. It is very, very true that the process of conducting business is highly demanding and creative, and it is indeed worthy of being classed with the highest arts and worthy of the highest commitment for self and society. Business gives employment not only to business professionals but also to engineers, to scientists, and people from various domains. So, I thought I will share with you something about what business is about. I can see that large majority of students in this room are not from business management. They are probably from engineering and sciences and other streams, and they'll probably never get a chance to sit in a business school class except when they're doing a few open electives, which is a very welcome development that we have introduced. So UG students do 8 open electives. But I thought I'll give you a flavor of what a business class is like. Unlike engineering and sciences, we do not have labs except a few computer labs maybe. So we do not have labs, and we do not have scientists the way people understand that term. Our labs are business organizations. Our labs are good businesses which are run well. And our scientists are good business professionals who take up, who try to do things differently and try to understand what is the best way of doing it. So in business management, one of the important ways by which we teach is called the case method. A case method is where we look at a company and what it has been doing, and we try to understand what are the innovations they have made, and then we ask the students, in this situation, what would you be doing? So our crucible of learning is not labs the way one normally understands it, but business organizations which are run well by good professionals. And then we try to find out what could have been done differently, what could have been done better, and what have they done that we can learn from. And that is called the case method. It was invented by a school called Harvard Business School. Many of you have heard of it. And today the case method is being used widely as a pedagogy or as a method of teaching. So I'm going to talk about a particular topic which is not just of concern to businesses and business organizations, but I think it is something that applies to all of us at the individual level also. And that is, how do we plan our future, how do we plan our careers, and for businesses, how do we plan the growth of the company. And this is about a mindset, and this mindset has been given the name strategic intent, and I'm going to talk about that mindset, which is called strategic intent, which is probably going to be relevant to us, each one of us, while we build our careers and also in the life of small and large corporations. So the person who coined this term and who wrote about it is a person called C.K. Prahalad and his co-author Gary Hamel, but the primary author is Dr. C.K. Prahalad. C.K. Prahalad, as you probably know, is an Indian management professional. He graduated from IIM Ahmedabad, went on to do his PhD at Harvard, and then he worked as a distinguished professor of strategy at Stephen Ross School of Business, University of Michigan. And he was considered to be one of the 50 top management thinkers in the world. And of course, he is somebody all business professionals would like to emulate, very, very eminent thinker. So C.K. Prahalad came up with this concept of strategic intent. It's an award-winning article published in Harvard Business Review. So what is strategic intent about? Strategic intent is about how do you plan to succeed if you're a company and if you are a small company relatively with weak resources, how do you take on large players? Or if you are an individual and you have limited resources at this point of time, how do you compete with people who are far more well endowed than you are? So this is about how do we take on big competition. Now, this topic is very relevant to India today because large number of Indian companies by world standards are still very small, and we do have big ambitions. We want to overtake large global companies. So how do Indian companies work to overtake large global companies, and is it possible at all? And if so, what could be the method of doing it? So, as I said, in business we don't learn from labs as we understand them, but we learn from companies. And this article is about what we have learned from some of the companies that are there on the screen. So, if you look at some of the Japanese companies like Canon or Mitsubishi or Matsushita or maybe Honda or Komatsu, if you look at how big they were in the 1960s and 1970s, they would be dwarfed by their Western rivals, notably maybe General Motors or Chrysler or the Ford Motor Company or maybe Caterpillar or Xerox. So relative to the Western companies, these companies were very, very small. But over a period of time, they have caught up and sometimes surpassed these bigger Western rivals. So what is the method that they might have used in order to do that? So one case that is discussed is Komatsu and Caterpillar. Now, in the 60s, Komatsu was a very small company. Both these companies were into making construction equipment, but Caterpillar was a $4.2 billion company, that is $4,200 million, and Komatsu was a $200 million company. So the relative scale was very, very different. Komatsu was a very, very small company, a $200 million company, and Caterpillar is a $4,200 million company. So if somebody were to, if you had been on the board of Komatsu and if you had said that, okay, I want to overtake Caterpillar or I want to equalize Caterpillar, what do you think most people would say? So if Komatsu, somebody says, I want to overtake Caterpillar, which is probably 20 times my size, what do you think the response would be? Can anybody say? Can anybody tell me what would be the response if I were to say I'm going to overtake Caterpillar? What would I say? Sorry? Can somebody say whether it's doable or not doable? Can it be done? Can somebody say whether you'd like to, whether it can be done or it cannot be done? Sorry? It can be done or cannot be done? It cannot be done, right? Obviously, it cannot be done very, very clearly. But it was done. And how? The reason why, then if I were to ask, if it cannot be done, then why it cannot be done? Then I'm going to say that, okay, they have got vastly superior technology, they have got better people, they have got vast product range, they have got manufacturing plants, they have got a very strong brand, they have got a strong distribution setup, and they are present everywhere, they have got after sales service set up. So therefore, for all these reasons, it cannot be done. But if I were to say then, I cannot do all of this maybe in the next 3 years or 5 years or 10 years or maybe 15 years, but can I do it in the next maybe 20 years or can I do it in the next 25 years or maybe 30 years? So if I were to do this one at a time over the next maybe 30 years or 40 years, if I were to take on one objective at a time, then probably I will be able to do it. I will not be able to do all of that in the next 5 years, but I may be, if I pick up one at a time, I may be able to do it over a period of the next 40 years. And this is exactly what happened. And sometime in the around 2010 or so, Komatsu came pretty close to Caterpillar, did not overtake it, but came pretty close to Caterpillar. And today it is a very, very strong number 2 company in earth-moving equipment in the world. So therefore, when we try to overtake a bigger rival, it is like a series of winnable 200-meter sprints. It is not an unfettered ambition, but you have to think in the long haul. So I'm going to overtake somebody maybe in the next 30 years and over a series of 400-meter sprints. So every time I do a 400-meter sprint, I win, and then I take another 400-meter sprint, I win in that, and then take a third one. So it's a series of 400-meter sprints, win one at a time, with one goal at a time, and then you'll probably reach your end. And you have to win at every level of the organization. So you have to win in quality, you have to win in product range, you have to win in technology, you have to win in people, you have to win in manufacturing facilities, you have to win in cost effectiveness, you have to win in revenues, you have to win in markets, you have to win in brands. So at every stage, everything that an organization has to do, you have to win. And you can do it if you do it one at a time. If you think that all these things have to be done in the next 5 years, then you cannot do it, and you will not attempt it. So therefore, strategic intent is about identifying a number of things that you need to do. They may all be different things, but they are all taking you in one particular direction. So you see a number of arrows. Each of these arrows represents a different thing, but they are all moving in one particular direction. And when you are looking for that direction, that particular change that you want to bring in, you are putting all the efforts at one time and all the wood in that arrow, and then you blitz that goal, and then you move on to the next one. You don't dilute your resources across different goals. You put all your energies behind one goal, you blitz it, take it forward, and then go to the next stage. All of you know that the US landed a man on the moon. His name is Neil Armstrong, and it did not happen overnight. It was a project that was personally led by John F. Kennedy. He was the President of the United States, and in 1962, he made a statement that before the decade is out, we will put a man on the moon and bring him back safely to Earth. And this is what happened. And in a memorable speech in Rice University, Texas, which I'm sure you may see it in YouTube, in a very memorable address, John F. Kennedy said, and I think this is something that applies to all of us. He said, some say, why go to the moon? Why choose that as our goal? You might well ask, why climb the highest mountain? 35 years ago, why fly the Atlantic? We choose to go to the moon not because it is easy, but because it is hard, because that goal will serve to organize and measure the best of our energies and our skills, because that challenge is one that we are willing to accept, and that challenge is one we are not willing to postpone, and we intend to win. So you take on a goal which at that point of time is pretty much unthinkable, and then you work towards it. And what happened is that in July, 20th of July 1969, the first man landed on the moon, and he uttered those words, a small step for man and a giant leap for mankind. All of you remember that. So it happened over a period of 8 years, or 7.5 years, and then they took one step at a time and achieved the goal. So you look at a goal, and one of the management observers, James Collins, Stanford University researcher, said that you have to take up what is called big, hairy, audacious goals. So think of a very audacious goal, which is almost impossible to win, and then work towards it in small steps over the next maybe 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, 30 years. And that is what you may want to do. Just to give you a small an anecdote, all of you know about the Toyota Motor Company, and it was at one stage it was led by a person called I.G. Toyoda. He was the second CEO and chairman of Toyota Motor Company, and he and his head of operations Taiichi Ono once visited the United States in 1950, and the Ford Motor Company people welcomed them because it's a small company, let them see what we are doing. So I.G. Toyoda and Taiichi Ono went and saw the facilities in the Ford Motor Company. And after seeing all the facilities, I.G. Toyoda commented that we are going to overtake this company. At that point of time, Toyota Motor Company, which was established in 1937, in 13 years they had produced 3,400 cars. And at that point of time, the Ford Motor Company was producing 7,000 cars a day. That was the difference in scale. And then I.G. Toyoda said, we are going to overtake this company. And in 2005, Toyota overtook the Ford Motor Company as the second largest automaker in the world. And in 2008, it overtook General Motors as the largest automaker in the world. So the idea is that you think of a goal which is almost impossible, and then you work towards it over a period of time, do one thing at a time, and then you blitz one goal at a time, and then that's when you can win. I'll just give you a small story about television companies. Now, are you aware of any television company other than Philips, which is from the West and very successful television company? The answer is no. All the television was invented in the Western world. So how did that happen? So in 1967, television companies in Japan equalized Western companies in black and white TVs. In 1970, they equalized Western companies in color TVs. In 1970 to 1980, they scaled up production through store brands. So as you know, stores have their own brands and they don't know how to make it. They just put a label on it. So Japanese companies started making television for store brands, and then stores would put their name on it. So in the process, Japanese companies started learning how to make television. Then they took up contract manufacturing for the big brands. So they went to the big brands and said that we'll manufacture TVs for you and give it to you. And you can buy it, you can sell it at your own price. So in the process, when the Western companies gave the contract manufacturing to the Japanese companies, they closed down their own plants. And the Japanese companies gained dominance in how to manufacture. Later in 85, they gained foothold in the Eastern Europe. And later they started building brands in Western Europe and North America. And at some stage, the Western companies had forgotten how to make television. And then they closed down the television businesses, and all the television market passed on to Japanese and Korean companies. So one step at a time, and they have gained this success. So I think this is what many companies have done. All the companies that I talked about, Komatsu, Canon, Honda, Mitsubishi, Matsushita, all these companies have followed this particular strategy. I'll just give you a brief idea about what Canon did. So Arena 1, buying technology, understand Xerox's patents, buy technology to equalize Xerox. That's Arena 1, buying technology. Arena 2 is develop your own technology, develop your own R&D, build for others on contract. Arena 3 is build revenues, license out technologies, gain revenues from that, go in for joint ventures. Arena 4 is market equalization, discover markets where Xerox is weak, introduce smaller products for different applications. Arena 5 is distribution dominance, use new distribution channels. And Arena 6 is product range. Xerox had a large product range. Arena 6 is Canon expanded its Xerox, the product range to match the range that was offered by Xerox. And then in all the 6 arenas, one at a time, it gained dominance. And today, Canon is a far more successful company and much bigger company than Xerox. So one step at a time, blitz it, and then you'll gain success. So basically, the message from this case, Xerox and Komatsu, is, and many other companies that I've talked about, is that choose a goal which is almost unachievable at this point of time. Don't expect to blitz it in the next 3 years or 5 years or even 10 years. Take one small step at a time, put all your energies behind that step, blitz it, and maybe in the next 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, or even 50 years, you'll achieve your goal. So the people who win are not the guys who are the fastest or the brightest or the strongest. The people who win are those who decide where they want to go and who know what are the steps, and they take one step at a time and they keep going till they have reached their goal. And this is what I'd like all of you GITAMites to acquire, this mindset, to choose a goal which is audacious, which is very ambitious, work towards it constantly over the next 20 years, 30 years, or 40 years, till you have achieved that, that milestone in your life. So that's what I wanted to tell you. Thank you very much and wish you all the best.
Thank you very much for the compelling address, sir. Dear students, we have come to the end of this session. Thank you very much for joining us. Jai Hind.
The questions are there and whom to contact. And don't worry, like if any of your friends miss this discussion, we will be sending emails and we will be continuously in touch with you. And our team will be in touch with you. So don't worry if you miss the phone numbers or the emails which we are discussing here. So I'll be presenting a document here, which will talk about, which will give at the high level, like, what, in what way we support, IT team supports. So in GITAM, IT support team is called CATS team, and it is, CATS means the Center for Advanced Technology and Solutions. The main office is located in Vizag campus in ICT Bhavan, 8th floor. The IT team takes care of the whole IT for the whole university for all the 3 campuses. And we have individual offices in each campus in Vizag as well as in Hyderabad and Bangalore also. So the key services what we support are email. The email GITAM email ID will be created and shared to you when you are admitted. An email ID is created, and this is Google based, and your email ID will be @gitam.in. So that is the official communication. So any communication with any office in GITAM, you must do with GITAM email ID only. And you must trust the emails which get only from the GITAM email ID. So there will be spams from non-GITAM email, you will get it. So don't trust them. You talk to your friends or you talk to the departments to understand, like, what exactly that email is. So if you don't know the email person getting it from a totally non-GITAM, so please be cautious, it might be a spam. The other email, the other service is student ID cards. For most of the students, we have given email ID and student ID cards. And if you didn't get it, we will give you. And the student ID cards can be provided at the IT offices, CATS office. So from now on, we will be calling CATS, which is nothing but the IT. So in IT office, you will get your student ID cards. And my GITAM login, this is nothing but the student single point where student can log in and get all other functions, that IT can help you, like regarding, your courses, timetables, and to other websites where you need help. So we will talk more on that. And also we support Grammarly. Grammarly is nothing but a software which will help you to improve your English writing. So please, we send you the request to log into to Grammarly. If not, use your GITAM email ID and log into Grammarly. This Grammarly software will help you to help you in writing emails or writing in English. So please log into Grammarly. Coursera is online platform, and I think most of you. So for this also, please use your email ID, GITAM email ID as login and log into this one. So you will get a lot of certificate programs for free for all the GITAM students. Coursera is free. Please do log into this using your GITAM email ID, and you can take the certifications from this. Moodle is a learning management where you will get all your details regarding your courses, and you can see your marks, and you can see your attendance. All those details will be in this one. Learning management system is Moodle. This is an open source. Koha, this is from where you can see all your. You can get an access to the library. Koha is also the software from where you can log in, library.gitam.edu. We will share you the links as I mentioned in the beginning. We will be sending the communication regarding with all these details. So don't worry if you are not aware of. You are concerned about the link and all those things. Don't worry, we will share those things. And Zoom for online classes, and in some specific scenarios, we need to log into Zoom. So in COVID situation, we conducted classes through Zoom. So every student will have access to Zoom. Use your GITAM email ID, and you can use with that. You can log in. You will get an account. It is a free of cost. So you can log in and you can use the services as Zoom. And if for any scenario, if the classes need to be online, this is the place where you need to log in and attend the classes. And we also support all kinds of softwares which are required for the academics. There are many softwares which are required for the academics in the research area or in the curriculum. So we also acquire and we support the faculty and the students. So these are at the high level, the services. So how the email ID is created. Once for the new student, once the registration number is generated, like your ID number is created, we create an email ID @gitam.in will be sent to your personal email ID, which is shared to you. If you didn't find it, you please check first in the spam. And if you didn't find and you are still having the issues, here the IT help desk numbers are given on the screen. You can see, you can contact them, and they will help you in getting you the email ID. If you are facing any challenge with your email ID, you can still contact. And you have many benefits with our email. You know that the Google Drive is there, so you can use it. You can store all your documents and all that. And you please start it. There are these, as I mentioned earlier, this is a Gmail, so you have many benefits, and you know those things. Please use them. And student ID cards. Many students, you might have received your ID cards, and if you have lost or you want the name changed or photograph changed, please contact CAT's office. They will help you in getting you the ID cards. There is one difference that you need to understand, that the ID cards, there is a difference for the hostelites as well as for the regular, the local students. So local, hostelites and non-hostelites. So for this, there will be an H. If you are staying in hostel, please make sure that your ID got H on your card. So please make sure that. And if you have any queries, as I mentioned, please contact IT help desk. The students who joined hostel, they must register their biometric. That is the way of tracking the students, and it is a mandatory. If biometric is not registered, then the authorities will take a disciplinary action. So please do register for that and give your biometrics so that authorities can monitor the entry and exit timings. So here are the couple of just an FYI. Again, I will be sharing that if you have any queries on the emails, you can send an email or you can contact us. 2 phone numbers are given here. Our help desk people will contact you. Please contact those phone numbers. As well as as I mentioned earlier, we have 3 offices here. The 3 offices addresses are given. Vizag, it is in 8th floor of ICT building. There's a full 8th floor is there. So the IT team is located in ICT building 8th floor in Vizag. And in Hyderabad, it is room number 302 A block. So if you have any queries or anything related to email or ID cards or biometric, please do contact the CATS offices in these locations. And for Bangalore, it is in Shivaji Bhavan, 6th floor, room number 626. There will be phone numbers displayed outside the office. If for any reason, if the offices are closed, you can contact those phone numbers. And about that, the numbers, the phone numbers I've given, you can contact them. 100% someone in the office hours from 8 to 6, someone will take your call. And if it is emergency, you can drop an email at the email services, or if not, someone between 8 and 6 will take your call. And if you have any questions regarding the biometric registration for the hostels, you can contact CATS, as I mentioned, or if not, hospitality team who takes care of the registration part. So the next one, when you log into, you go to your go to our GITAM website. There you will see login, and there it is My GITAM. And if you log into My GITAM, so you will, with all my login credentials are sent to your GITAM official email ID only. I mean, that email might have received with the details of login, user ID, and passwords. So if you received, please try to log in, and if you didn't receive, contact our help desk. We will create an account for you, and I'm positive that almost everyone might have account created, but if anyone is missed, please do contact us. So what kind of, the services we have, I mean, you can see in My GITAM. You can see attendance, you can see fee payments, fee details. You can update the, personal, you can view your personal profile, and, passwords, personal passwords, because it is a parent and student personal emails are mandatory and phone numbers are mandatory, because in exceptional situations, we need to contact you. And notice board is given, and online, you can see your grades online. You can online grade cards, and, hostel permissions and leaves. GVidya is nothing but Moodle, where you can see all your learning management, all the details will be there, and course structure, scholarship, security, and you can vehicle pass, and there are student chapters and clubs for the sports and the student life are visible here, and many more are there. These are the only few given. Once you log in as a student, you will see many more there. As I mentioned, I mean, Grammarly, the account is, you might have already got a request to join. If not, you can also go directly to the grammarly.org and join using your GITAM email ID. And I'm stressing on this particular one, like, GITAM email ID is the key thing. You cannot use any other email ID. GITAM email ID is the official communication road, and use GITAM email ID only to log in anywhere. And here are the 2 support email IDs are Moodle_support for the Moodle support, and Grammarly, it will be Grammarly_support. Coursera, as I mentioned, Coursera is an online course system, and where you can get certificates, and actually some of our curriculums is integrated to this. So you log into Coursera, and if you need any help on Coursera, help_Coursera is the email ID you can contact if you have any queries on that. And Koha library management system, and an email might have received to you on the library. If you didn't get, you could please contact IT or contact librarian at gitam.edu. The most, like, there are the common questions normally you have, like, okay, I want to change my personal details. Whom should I contact? I have a question on marks or my courses or attendance. Whom should I contact? I have queries on fee or scholarship. Whom should I contact? The first point person for you is your mentor. If you already a mentor is not assigned to you, very shortly a mentor will be assigned to you. The first point person is the mentor, and then the mentor or the department will guide you how to move forward from there. 100, there is no guarantee they will resolve the issue, but they will guide you to say that, okay, if there is a fee issue, what is the issue? They will try to understand, and if they can resolve that your query, they can resolve. If not, they will guide you to, they may say that contact finance office or contact IT office or something like that. So the first person for you for any query you have on personal details, marks, course, certain academics or fees or anything, please contact your mentor and then your department. Then they will help you to whom you contact. And here are our IT help desk contact details. I've given the phone numbers as well as the locations of all the 3 campuses where IT offices. You can go directly to our offices and get more details if you have any queries. Please, you can contact them. You can approach them at these locations. There are a couple of points actually in GITAM you need to understand, like GITAM will not communicate you any official communication through WhatsApp. So please make sure that, okay, you are getting, if a communication is coming from GITAM email ID, then only please consider it as official, or you see it in our GITAM website. Only when you see an email from GITAM, official GITAM email ID, gitam.edu or gitam.in. If you get an email from one of these things, then only it is official. And if you see that in our website, then only it is official. So please don't believe on the WhatsApp messages. And initially I also mentioned regarding the emails, if you don't know an email ID and if you think it is not a GITAM email ID, and if you have any doubts, please do contact the IT office. It can be a spam or it can be virus. If you don't know and if you have concerns, please don't open those emails. And again, once again, I'm reiterating the same thing again and again. Please communicate using only GITAM email ID. Any other email IDs cannot be considered as official. So please do use GITAM email ID. And again, if you have any queries, please do contact our IT help desk. Our team will help you. And we are there. If you have any queries, don't hesitate to contact us. And as again mentioned, please contact mentor first and then department, and they will help you on that. And thank you. Thank you very much for your time. All the best.
It's okay. Give me this one. I'm comfortable. Yesterday we were talking about GITAM Career Guidance Center, GCGC. How many of you remember? Okay, good. GITAM Career Guidance Center, as I told you earlier, was a strategic initiative which was started during the new normal to ensure that the career aspirations of the student community are fulfilled, whoever comes, etc. We saw that it has got 3 main wings. I'm not going to ask you what are those main wings. Can we get these slides switched off, please? At least the front rows. As it is, the slides are very. Today I am going to talk to you about career counseling and mentoring. This session was planned yesterday, but the director who takes care of this, Mrs. Uma Devi, had an urgent commitment to meet. Her mom is in ICU, so she had to travel to Hyderabad. She could not do it yesterday. I filled in for her, assuming that she would come today, but she has not turned up, so I thought I'll take this session to talk to you all once again with a dwindled strength. Notwithstanding, these are the 3 important groups that we saw yesterday. GCGC has got main constituents. First and foremost is career counseling and mentoring, who will start talking to you right from day number 1. Second is competence development group to bridge the gap between what we offer in the academic institutions, as well as what are the expectations of the industry, competence development, understanding your career aspiration, identifying the skill set that is needed, where that missing piece of puzzle is there, we try to plug in, dovetail it along with academic programs so that you become a well-rounded personality when you go for your career aspiration. It could be higher studies abroad, higher studies India, entrepreneurship, family business, competitive exams, whatever you want to. And the third group is the career fulfillment group. Yesterday I introduced Mr. Sriram from Vizag campus, who takes care of the Vizag operations, where there are 9 to 10 different colleges. He takes care of the career fulfillment role in those 3. Yesterday, after I spoke, Dr. Rojina spoke to you all on competence development, how she intends to bring out apples and iPhones from all of you, right? She spoke about that at length. Today I am going to speak on career counseling and group. This career counseling is needed because when we got into pandemic, suddenly we were told on, I think, February 19th, if I'm right, that shut down the campus, send the students back to their respective homes. We did not know because we were not prepared for that as an academic institution. But being a learning organization, what did we do? We straight away got into technology and tools to engage the student community online. We started talking to the students. We started conducting classes online, ensuring that the students are equipped with knowledge, technology, tools and platforms to ensure that, Anil, my mobile. Ensure that students do not feel the absence of being in the campus. And when we presented them in front of the corporate was also happy that, okay, though the students were away from the campus, but still they have been thoroughly prepared by the university for the challenges ahead. That's the time we thought, why not introduce career counseling and mentoring, so that a faculty mentor would be there to talk to the student community at all times. We continued the best practice even after we became fully operational in physical mode. We have got faculty mentors lined with mentees, so that the journey between a mentor and mentee is throughout the academic journey. For example, if I am from BCA program, I do a 3-year program. Earlier system, there used to be AMCs, academic monitoring counselors, where I used to jump from one year to another, moving on to another faculty counselor, whereas in new system, the faculty mentor travels along with me throughout my academic journey, all the 3 years, so that he or she knows, my mentor knows what kind of progress I have made in my academic journey. Did I become a better person? Have I grasped things better? Did I explore all the opportunities that come along with brand GITAM? For example, say clubs, all-round development, sports. Did I participate in social welfare activities? Did I become part of NCC? Identify my interest and then focus that interest towards a particular activity, so that I will be able to sculpt my resume as and when I come for my career fulfillment operation. That's the birth of this career counseling and group. Why do we need this career counseling and mentoring is because, as I told you yesterday, you are all coming from Narayanas and Chaitanyas, where you were in a controlled environment, where you were told to do, open page number 15, read paragraph number 3, last line is the most important line, there will be an objective question. You mark page number 15, para 3, last line is an important. Whereas in GITAM, we don't prescribe anything like that. Ideally speaking, in GITAM, what you should get is only 30 to 40% within the academic classrooms. Rest of that you should explore in knowledge resource center, VDC, sports grounds, clubs, etc., so that you get answers for all your academic quest related queries. For example, I learned interpersonal relationship as a theory. Come and practice it in a club, mix with seniors, juniors, mentors, academic leaders, university management team, and then try to improve myself as an interpersonal relationship expert, so that when I am able to present my case in front of a corporate, I present myself as a fully developed personality as far as interpersonal relationship is concerned. It's not that read interpersonal relationship, mug up 2-3 questions, reproduce those questions, get marks and say I got A grade in interpersonal relationship. Okay, what is the interpersonal relationship? Interpersonal relationship defined by two. No. Interpersonal relationship, the way in which I mix with others. If you're able to tell that, I think this system has done something good. So, for you to move from that controlled atmosphere to an open atmosphere where you have the freedom to choose, probably in a junior college you were told, don't go to college B because, section B, because section B is meant for AMCET. Section C, no, they are not appearing in any entrance test. What is section A? Section A is all about IITs. No, here we don't do like that. In fact, there is course-based registration where you need to jump from one classroom to another classroom. For the first classroom, I sit with Anil. For the second classroom, I go to Vikas. Third classroom, I go to Dr. Rojina Matthew. And my class ambience is totally different because there are students coming from management sciences taking up that particular program, course-based registration. So, you are moving from a controlled environment to an open environment. You have the freedom to choose. Now, when you have the freedom, it's a double-edged sword, right? You can use it for good purpose as well as bad purpose. Nobody is taking attendance. Why should I go to the class? Nobody is talking about my attendance or my performance in exam. Anyway, I am going to get a grade. No, we want this to be for the healthy development of you. Therefore, we want someone to guide you in that path, because you are moving from a school to a university environment where you have the freedom to choose. We want to show you what are the avenues that are available for you to choose, and choose the best ones possible. Agreed? How many of you feel that career counseling and mentoring is needed? Raise your hands. Okay. Now, second one is all of us enter colleges and universities with an ambition in mind. Probably I want to get into a foreign university, probably I want to move on to IITs and IIMs for my PG, probably I want to get into DRDO, probably I want to become a naval officer, whatever you want to become. Now, we need to tell you that is the destination. If you want to reach there, do this, you will be able to reach faster. We are not going to tell these are the shortcuts to reach there. No, we will not teach you. Therefore, the journey is also equally important to reach that destination. We are going to ensure that you are aware of the destination and what is the journey that you need to undertake to reach that destination. Therefore, the first and foremost is we are going to conduct a set of assessments right from first year, make a horoscope out of you. What's your name, sir? Lochan. Let's assume Lochan, sit sir, good. You are from GIT, I mean School of Technology. Yeah. Let's assume Lochan is marked to Anil. Now, Anil and Lochan do not know each other. Anil is my deputy director, right? You all met us today. Lochan has been marked to Anil. I'm sorry. Now, Anil does not know who is Lochan, what is Lochan made up of, what is his personality trait, is he good in academics, is he good in interpersonal relationship, is he good in career aspiration, is he very clear about his career goal. All this will come to know through assessments. We have got a partner called Talent Metrics who will conduct an assessment for 30 minutes. Within those 30 minutes, you will provide answers to multiple answer questions, including your personality, career choices, decision making ability, interpersonal relationship, etc., through which we make a horoscope for Lochan. Thereafter, it goes to Anil. Before meeting Lochan, Anil is very clear, okay, Lochan is coming to me, he is from 10+2 background or junior college background with a PCM of this, chose computer science because of his parents' pressure, doesn't want to do this, whatever, he will be able to make out. With that, they start the journey together. They meet up, then Anil asks Lochan, Lochan, what do you want to do in your life? Sir, I am not very clear. Okay, this is what we do. These are the options available. Would you like to choose any of them? Sir, I would like to explore higher studies abroad as well as campus placements. Okay, for higher studies abroad, you need to prepare this. You need to be good in English, your resume to be sculpted, your personality traits to be outstanding. You should be able to show that you are more than a student, socially conscious, gender neutral, blah, 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 blah. He will be able to guide Lochan like that. After some time, Lochan and I will meet once again. We expect the mentors to meet the mentees at least thrice in a semester. Ask Lochan, are you comfortable? Are you reading newspapers? We identified that your communication skills were not that to that standard. Have you started improving? Have you started talking in English? Those kind of questions. Lochan doesn't turn up for the class. Anil gives a call to Lochan's parents, assuming that Lochan has given his parents' numbers, not his own number. Anil will give a call, inform, I am talking from GITAM, this is what we wanted to do. However, Lochan is not turning up. Is everything okay? Parents say no, Lochan was not well. Anil keeps a track of Lochan over a period of time. Academic records passed on to the parents. Extracurricular, co-curricular activities, Lochan becomes a student leader. The same thing is informed to his parents. Like that, the journey goes on and on. So, first and foremost is assessments, where we get a horoscope made. Horoscope is a metaphor, please don't take it literally. Second is enablement. We saw Lochan was not that good in communication skills. Probably he needs an input from Department of English. Probably he needs to participate in debates and quizzes. Probably he needs to be part of some other clubs. He will be able to recommend. Finally, guidance towards the career aspirations. These are some of the views that we get from our campus placement operations. The top one is, I think, Mu Sigma, where they came and recruited nearly 100 students for the post of decision scientist on top. The bottom one is an Achievers Day, where the young achievers were, their victories were celebrated. Okay. Why do we need career counseling and mentoring? First and foremost is we are in a university, it opens up plenty of opportunities. Do I choose a project? Do I do an internship? If I do this internship, do I need to pay for it? Is it an authentic internship? Does it carry any value for my academic credentials? Lochan will talk to Anil. Anil will say, do this, you may explore this, this is not that good. He will be able to help through his academic experience. Anil being from academic fraternity, he will be able to guide. You are from core engineering, do this course. You are from life sciences, do this. You are from business management, do like that. Anil will be able to guide. For that, We give 20 mentees to each mentor. Anil will have 20 mentees. For each one of them, he will open up a mentoring diary. He will start recording all those progresses. And you also know you are coming from different backgrounds, not only from Andhra Pradesh, but from Chhattisgarh, Orissa, Bihar. Now you are meeting new people, new friends, new girls, new boys. Whom do we need to contact to in case of an issue? In case I meet up with a problem, hostel food not good, newspaper not reaching on time, I am not aware of my timetable, study time is very less, so practical not happening. Whom to contact? Faculty mentor. Faculty mentor will take up that, channelize it to the head of the department, ensure that Lochan's academic queries are also addressed. He would be the single point of contact for Lochan to solve all those issues related to academic journey as well. The last one is, the ultimate aim of this career counseling and mentoring is to ensure that you reach out to your career goal. By the time you move out, we want you to say, yes, I came with an idea, I was not very clear, or I came with a clear-cut goal. Somebody said yesterday that they wanted to get into half-bitten apple, etc. If they are able to say, I tried for Apple, I tried my level best, I haven't been able to make it, or I have made it, but at least I made it to Google or Amazon or Accenture, my next career journey starts from there. Probably I need to polish a little more up to move into half-bitten apples. That's how we want the students to certify how career counseling and mentoring has helped them. For this, we have chosen the best of the mentors. What did we do is we went to our alumni and asked them, in case there had been an issue in your academic life, whom they would have contacted. They all said we would have contacted faculty A, B, C, D, F, G, H, I, J. We shortlisted. We went to the academic heads and asked, if there is an issue within the student body, which all the faculty would you fall back on? They said we would fall back on this, generally senior faculty. Finally, we asked faculty, how many of you are interested in taking up this kind of a leadership role for 20 people? Few raise hand, we all want to. We mixed all these three, got the first set of mentors going. We got them certified through an international accreditation program. You need to believe me when I say this, GITAM has invested heavily on this strategic initiative. We did not charge even a penny from the faculty. University spent money on them. In fact, many of the faculty who got certified has left GITAM because that certificate helped them to get a better career opportunity. That kind of a valuable certificate we gave it to them. They all became certified mentors. They started interacting with students. This was the first batch when the pandemic was at its peak, 2020. You are the third batch of students who are getting into career counseling and mentoring. And what we are doing is we are trying to match mentors with the same departments. For example, if I am from biotechnology, I should be mentoring only those students from biotechnology. This has been happening across all the campuses, but there are few departments, I think 1 or 2 departments which are filled with students and there are no sufficient faculty. We try to map them with a sister department. For example, computer science engineering with electronics and communication engineering, things like that. The last one is, what do we do? Try to do is to get the talent matrix assessment done for you to know who I am. Individual questions, not me. You all have to know who you are. That assessment will tell you exactly you are decisive, you are punctual, you need to improve on decision making skills, your communication skill need to be improved, your time management. It will give you certain inputs to you to know who I am. That question will be answered. In case you are not very clear, you need to go back. Lochan will fall back on Anil to get that thing going. So the first and foremost assessment that you will be doing, a 30 minutes assessment, you can take it from home also. No copying, no plagiarism, not asking your sister to come and sit and attend this test. You will be getting this link very, very shortly. Be truthful to the test because we want an authenticate horoscope, right? Anil should not be talking to Kumaran instead of Lochan. He should be talking only to Lochan. For that, he should have a pen picture of Lochan. So we would request you to undergo this test with utmost dedication. Ensure that you fill in all, you take your time, but it is time bound. Don't take too much time, fill in all the answers. Don't try to give ideal answers, try to give practical answers. Clear? Moment you give this, assessment report will come, a detailed report will also come to you. It will also go to your faculty mentor. Faculty mentor will get all these 20 reports together. Thereafter, we have enabled an online app. Okay, before moving on to the app, faculty mentors, as I said, are from different departments, different seniority. They all are handpicked, trained, and they are ready to meet you all. For this year, luckily, the admitted students, we got the admission data straight from Directorate of Admission as and when you got admitted. So we already earmarked the faculty mentors. I think we have completed that certification program. They are all waiting to meet you. Moment you start attending the classes, the faculty mentors will reach out to you to initiate that dialogue, that journey, traveling together. What are they going to do? The first and foremost is identify in my 20. If Anil is the mentor, he has got 20 mentees. Out of these 20, Sure shot, he will classify them as per academic excellence. How many have got this kind of CGPA or percentage from the junior college? Second is how many are very clear about career goals. If there are students who say half-bitten apple and like, they all are very clear about their career goal. I want to get into higher studies, I want to start an entrepreneurship, I want to start a firm, I want to get into my parents' firm. I am not very sure, I am still exploring because you are too young and we are okay with that. By the time you come to pre-final year, if you are very clear about your career goal, I think we are doing well in our academic journey. Therefore, if you are not clear, so Anil will be dividing the mentees into 3 to 4 different groups: academics, extracurricular, co-curricular activities, interpersonal relationship, plus of course career goals. If you are shy, if you are introvert, you are not used to talking, or you are very comfortable talking in Telugu, you have difficulty in communicating in English, he will be marking all those important points because you need to improve on all those areas. If you are really good, you have already published an article, you have done an internship, you have been part of your school's leadership in the sense that you have been chosen as a class leader continuously for exhibiting good leadership traits, etc. That also he will note down, so that in case there is a vacancy in the within the university student bodies, he will be the first one to be picked up for that kind of role. You are all with me? Okay. Thereafter, he will set the goals. Poor in communication, improve communication. Poor in interpersonal relationships, start doing this. Academically, I was outstanding. My 10th standard percentage was 8.9, my 12th standard is 9.2, my first semester I got a backlog. There is a dip in performance. That's not good. We want continuously upswing graph, a graph which keeps moving on and on and on. If not exponentially, at least gradually it should be moving up. If there is a dip, Anil will immediately call that particular student and say, sir, what happened? You have been doing very well in your junior college, suddenly you came to GITAM and your performance is dipping. Is there any, there could be a problem with a teacher. For example, I teach applied mechanics, suddenly I quit and go to some other college, there is no other teacher coming up, so they call a strength of material teacher to teach applied mechanics. You are not very clear about this. Applied mechanics being taught by a strength of material guy. So, you could raise that problem. Immediately Anil will take up that problem with academic fraternity saying that, sorry, this subject needs to be dealt in this way. It's not being dealt, because of which the academic performance is coming down in a class. Can you please look into it? The head of the Department of Mechanical Engineering start focusing on that. So, goal setting, academic excellence is very, very important. It's given. You need to achieve this. If you are not good, you need to achieve this. Okay. Skill development. There are plenty of other skills, soft skill, hard skill. There will be plenty of sessions. You will get to hear all that. Finally, all this leading to, culminating towards your career fulfillment in such a way that academically brilliant, communication skills are good, soft skills are good, hard skills are good, ready to contribute, ready to take up social responsibility, going beyond the call of duty, this. Half-bitten apple will come and say, why didn't you join me? Kind of a thing. Clear? For this, we got a platform. This is an in-house platform called CT3. Today, I think we are rolling out a logo contest. If in case you get a mail, please design a logo and win attractive prizes. We got, I think, Amazon gift vouchers of 5,000 rupees and above in case you design a good logo. CT3 is the platform. Yesterday, I mentioned one important platform. What was that platform? Who said that? Your good name, sir? Please put your hands together for him. Sit, sir. Good memory, recall. Yesterday we spoke about a platform called G-Explore. What does G-Explore do? Amazing, sir, you should be part of my team. Anil, please note down his name. See, G-Explore is for all internships, fellowships, scholarships, other career options, admissions in foreign universities with stipend, without stipend, pay waiver, all these are given in G-Explore. Same way we got another platform called CT3. Built in-house, this platform will be the backbone of all these operations. You create your report through talent metrics, it goes into your page in CT3. Anil will update his views on you, it will go into CT3. Anil's head of the department wants to know how Anil is performing as a mentor, he will go through CT3. Your parents come and ask questions, can you please tell us how he has been performing over a period of 3 years? Anil will pull out all the records from CT3 and say this is how Lochan has been performing. So CT3 is going to be a very, very important platform. This is an in-house platform. You will get to see this because you are going to update your data. The most important point is your data, the data that you are going to fill. My date of birth, first name, middle name, last name, parents' name, 10th standard percentage, 12th standard percentage, language proficiency, computational skills, extracurricular, co-curricular activities, sports, games, whatever you have done in your life so far. If you have not done, start doing it. Else, you will be updating all this. Who is the best person to update your own data? Yourself. So, you need to do this. Only when you do this and see, talent metrics report is available. Anil and Lochan will start traveling together in career counseling and mentoring. We also have got an online, a mobile app called Impact. This connects you with your mentor. For example, Lochan is in deep trouble. He has been caught without driving license in the campus. His bike is with the director security. You saw all those photographs, right? So Lochan does not know what to do. Lochan will give a call to Anil, sir, I'm stuck here, can you please come and help? Anil and say, no, Lochan is my boy, don't worry, he will get license tomorrow. He'll get the bike released. No, don't go to Anil for this because he will never do that. But otherwise, this is an online app where you can fix up an appointment with your mentor. You can rate your mentor. Your mentor does not even call you, doesn't bother about you. He or she is busy extremely in academic activities. You feel that you are an orphan in GITAM. No, you can straight away say 0 out of 5 for my mentor. If all the mentees give that kind of marks, HOD will call that mentor and say, well, what's happening in your class? Why you are not paying attention to your students' requirements, etc. Therefore, what it does is, it connects mentor and mentee. You can access it through mobile as well as laptop, and you can fix up meetings. And each meeting, Anil will give some important takeaways for Lochan. Lochan, you need to do this. Lochan, your attendance is falling below the standards. Lochan, your extracurricular activities are good, but you need to do well in academics. Whatever he wants to say, those milestones. Lochan have to agree to those milestones. If Lochan feels that no, these do not make any sense to me, he can give a feedback saying, sorry, our conversations have not been meaningful. It's a two-way process. It's not that it's monologue straight from beginning to end. Anil will keep talking and Lochan will keep listening. No, it's a two-way communication. Lochan has got an issue, Anil has to provide an answer. If Anil doesn't have an answer, Anil has to go to that person to get that answer. For example, I feel that I've done extremely well in my paper, but I got only 6 out of 10 in that quiz. I contacted my subject matter expert, the person who is teaching me that, so he said, get lost. I don't know what to do. I go to Anil. Anil will ensure that I get a decent hearing at least, if not compare the paper with the best of the papers or go for second evaluation, things like that. So Anil will help you to solve all these problems through mentoring app. This was highly handy during the new normal, but now since mentors and mentees are present within the campus, this app is not used that extensively, but still we are keeping it alive for you to get to know that GITAM University has got a mentoring app through which you can get in touch with your faculty mentors. Here I stop. The first and foremost key important takeaway is that we strongly believe in career counseling and mentoring because it's a strategic initiative. Second, we have invested heavily into it for the benefit of the student community. Third, you are the third cohort which is going through this. We are not the first one, neither you are going to be the last one. So make use of it. There are 3 important platforms that I said. First and foremost is CT3, which is the backbone of this entire mentoring process, through which the mentee, mentor, mentors, head of the department, head of the institute, up to the president can have access to that to see what's happening in Lochan's life. What I'm trying to say is Lochan is just a name. Otherwise, each and every student life, how they are making progress. If I am from Department of English, I want to know how my faculty are performing in the subject of English. I have to just do a search on students' feedback or the feedback given by the students about English. I'll come to know what's happening in Department of English. That kind of a thing. The last one is in CT3, you all need to update your data. For that, you need to appear in one online test, talent metrics. It will give you a horoscope. It will give a report who Lochan is. Thereafter, you meet up with your mentors, continue to meet till the time your career goals are achieved. I stop here. I got 2 to 3 minutes for question answer session. In case you got a question, I would request you to stand up, introduce yourself, put across the question. Over to you. Thank you. What does that indicate? That there are no questions? This is only first of the many meetings that we have. GCGC will try to meet you all through respective career guidance center. Respective directors, respective deputy directors will come and talk to you, set the goals, tell you the career, what are the career opportunities that we get. Deputy director, other career option will come and talk to you about higher studies, India, abroad, competitive exams, defense officers, blah, blah, blah. Then competence development will come and tell you what is skill development, what is competency mapping, what are the skills needed for each career, so that you can pick and choose which all skill that I want to develop. By doing all this, by the time you reach, say, 2nd or 3rd year, if you are able to get some good internship, add value to your resume, you are ready for your career goal, varying from campus placements to family business. I've finished. Any questions? Go ahead, sir. Can we get a mic? Yeah, we met yesterday.
Yes. Sir, so you were talking about this talent matrix, no, sir? So how do we get enrolled into that? Like,
You will
give the test.
very good question, sir. Thank you very much for asking this. Moment you all confirm, sit, sir. Please continue to sit. Moment you get your admission process confirmed, you already got an iCard, you get allotted to your classroom, you start attending the classes. The faculty mentors will get in touch with you, tell you what is talent matrix, how to access. You all will be your roll numbers will be forwarded to Talent Metrics along with your mail IDs. You all will get an individual mail from Talent Metrics. This is the platform, this is how you need to register, this is how you need to take up the assessment, these are the technical requirements, bandwidth, etc. Camera should be on, your sister should not appear on your behalf, things like that. You will get a detailed instruction. My humble request is keep in touch with your emails. Email is the main means of communication for us to pass on the information, because we are talking to all the 3 campuses at the same time. We are dealing with nearly 6,000 students every year. Therefore, this year I think it is going to cross 7,000 if I am right. So, mails are the main means of communication. Keep checking your mails from GCGC, CGC Visakhapatnam, CGC Hyderabad, CGC Bangalore. You will keep getting mails. Did I answer your question, sir?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Done? Yeah, go ahead, ma'am.
And I'm from BSc. Sir, if we want to change our mentor, can we do so?
If, please be seated, ma'am. The mentors that we choose, we choose nearly 350 mentors in a year. This year, the training program was conducted for 370 mentors, if I am right, because there are plenty of movements of faculty as well. As I said, a few faculty leave, so we need to be ready with it. In case we see, so far it has not happened in all the 2 years, but assuming that Anil is not such a good mentor, Anil, please allow me to take your name. If Anil is not such a good mentor, let's assume 8 to 10 mentees say that Anil is not talking to us, Anil is not incommunicative, whatever mails we send get rejected or they don't get opened, what do? Straight away, we change Anil. You can, but it has never happened, will not happen also. But yes, you have that. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
In addition to that, if you are interested in a particular field of research, etc., there are specialized faculty in that. They will take over additional responsibility for you. For example, you are part of Anil's team and Anil is talking to you nice and proper, but you are interested, you are from which stream you said?
BSc, sir.
BSc, which branch?
Computer science.
Okay. You are interested in competitive coding. Anil being from mechanical engineering, he is good, but Anil from mechanical engineering is not that good in competitive coding, let's assume. And I am from computer science department. You come and say, sir, I am from Anil's group, and Anil is saying that yes, she is willing to learn this. I don't mind extending my help to you. So it's not necessary that you have to change the mentor. You may get attached to another mentor also for a particular assistance that you require from that mentor. Did I answer your question? Sure, I need to move. I am available in GCGC. You will get the mail ID is very simple, gcgc@gitam.edu. That's all. GITAM Career Guidance Center acronym, GCGC, Golf Charlie @GITM. You will not forget gitam.edu, edu for education. Any queries you have, please say good morning, sir, good afternoon, sir. Don't say, hey, get lost, I am not interested. Send a beautiful mail. I assure you a beautiful response. Thank you very much for patient hearing. Wish you all the very best. May you reach your destination in terms of career aspiration by the end of your academic journey, even before that. Good day to all of you.
Hello. Hi. Hi. Okay. So, I would like to take the pleasure of inviting Sri Yuginder Mantina, the Director of L&D, Learning and Development. Can we all put our hands together, please? Thank you. Sir, all yours.
Thank you, sir. Sashi. First of all, I'd like to congratulate you all for making that big decision to choose a particular stream of engineering or your graduation for that matter. Well, that's a pretty tough decision, probably one of the first big decisions that you would be taking after you graduated from school. I'd like to first quickly understand who is from which branch of graduation, right? Can I just have some hands go up if you are maybe a BTech student? A BTech? Okay. So looks like a vast majority of you are BTechs. Okay, put your hands down. Can I now have some hands of maybe BBA students? Business management? Okay, one. One, good, at least there's one. What about BSc students? Okay, just one. Looks like there is a miscommunication, right? Yeah, that's probably the reason why the numbers are so sparse. Because we are hearing that in Hyderabad, we've got around 500 students who are watching us live streaming. Similarly, from a Bangalore campus, we've got some over 250 students doing the same. Unfortunately here, because of a small miscommunication, maybe it's gone a little ovary. Anyway, I'm here to first reassure you about the decision you made. I know this is a big ticket decision. Choosing engineering is choosing 4 years of your long career into education, right? It's not easy. And I know the kind of investments you make if you want to land in GITAM is quite high. So the one question that's probably lingering in your mind is, what is it I need to do in the next 4 years in order to make my investment count? In order to make my investment, both in terms of time and investment in terms of money, really count. What is it I should do? Right? Because we know, often I get questions from students who ask me, sir, probably into the second year or third year of engineering, they would ask me, sir, I really don't want it to do CSE. That was not my primary choice. But somehow I'm pushed into this. How do I escape from this? What do I do next? I've lost my heart and soul for this. Now, this is what sometimes, students ask me. And it's such an absolutely shattering question, because you've already chosen a track, you've taken a few steps in that direction, maybe walked down 2 years in that line, and then you realize, oh God, this is not the way I want to go. Maybe I want to go in a different direction. But that is too late. Because from now onward, there's no point of return. You choose a track and that is set for eternity. Right? So when is the best time to make sure that you make the best use of your investment in terms of time and money? The best time is now. Now. And this is why we think it's so important that we address you at this stage. Because if you move a little further into this, you are getting deeper on those tracks. It becomes hard for you to retrace your steps. Right? So I'll just give you some overview of what your next trajectory should be like, and then what kind of services you could expect from us, right? And how you could make the best use of your time here at GITAM. Right? I want you all to listen to me patiently, intently, and carefully, because you may never get this assistance again. So first, a few words about our academy, right? We, just like how the gentleman who spoke before me came from GCGC, I am coming from an academy called GLAD Academy. GLAD. GLAD will always be glad to make you glad. GLAD. GLAD means GITAM Learning and Development Academy. right? Fortunately for you guys, this was set up only 2 years back. Until then, GITAM was outsourcing all training services by hiring external vendors. You used to come, do a 10-day or a 15-day program here, 4-year placements, and then vanish, disappear. But GITAM thought that that's not a good kind of investment we want to make. Because trying to teach you about all the difficult things in just 2 weeks is asking for too much. So GITAM, unlike any other university, probably in this part of the country, or probably in the whole of the country, was the first one which came out with a grand plan to make sure that we make the best use of the 4-year time a student spends with us and make sure we lay a strong foundation to help the student in terms of his personality, in terms of its attitude, in terms of his skills, and in terms of his test cracking abilities. What was until then seen as a last minute preparatory attempt is now made into an institutional effort where excellent trainers will come and handhold you right from semester 1 and take you systematically through different aspects of your personality until by the time you reach your 3rd year, you are absolutely ready to crack tests. And these tests could be, your campus placement tests. Maybe some of you wanted to go to Amazon, right, into a product, maybe product jobs. We call them product-based jobs, and then service-based jobs. But a product-based job is unlike a service-based job, pays you hefty amounts, absolutely top-notch. For example, Amazon pays somewhere around 35 to 40 lakhs a year. 35 to 40 lakh. This is mind-boggling, especially for a young kid like you, right? But it's possible, it's within range. But you got to have a strategy. You got to put in that kind of investment in terms of effort, right? But it's within range. So that's exactly what we do, right? Right from semester 1, what is it that we can do to gradually build your personalities, build your attitudes, and build your skills so that when you approach the pre-final year, that's the time in which you will have these campus drives happening, right? You are absolutely equipped in terms of everything that's needed to crack those tests. But this is, like you all would know, this is a 50-50 partnership. This is the most important statement I'm making. This is a 50-50 partnership. 50 GITAM, 50 the candidate. I've come here to assure from the side of GITAM that we will give our 50% absolutely without any compromise. It is for you to ask yourself if you are ready to give your 50% so that this partnership will be absolutely success clincher. So how do you give your 50% of the partnership? Well, you need to make sure you attend every class. You need to make sure you attend every session. Participate in every activity that is given to you. Write every test that is given to you. Do the assignments that are given to you. That's all you got to do. And that, I'm sure that's why you are here, right? That's what you've come here for. From our end, we guarantee that we will provide you the best trainers, the best teaching methodologies, the best pedagogy, the best materials, right? And absolutely unflinching commitment. If we give our 50% and you end up with only 10% from your end, this partnership is not likely to succeed, despite our best efforts. But if we give our 50% and you give your 50%, you will be unbeatable. Take it as my word. Unbeatable. So from the same university, just come to think about this. From the same university, from the same class, how is it that while one student is making to Amazon product-based companies and getting a pay of 35, 40 lakhs, some people are ending up with, very ordinary jobs. The commitment from our side is same. We can't teach differently to different student in a class. It's the same. It all depends on how much you can tap into us, how much you can milk this huge resource called GITAM University. And you must have already had, a hunch of what GITAM is like. Remember, to tell you something about GITAM, just to give you some, a little idea about the kind of investments, the kind of money, the kind of effort that people put here. We are upgrading all our classrooms. All our classrooms. But it's going to be done in 3 different phases. The phase 1 upgradation, I was listening to our president address this issue yesterday. The phase 1 upgradation of the classroom, in which 1/3 of our classrooms were already upgraded, costed how much? Each classroom upgradation. Can you guess? How much do you think a classroom upgradation would cost? Upgradation, not building a classroom. It's already built. It's there. 20 lakhs. We've actually spent 45 lakhs. So that's a big thing. We should all be proud of this. And if a university could invest so much into just a classroom, you could just, conjecture. You can just imagine how much more it is investing in terms of the invisibles that you cannot see physically. Right? There's huge quality here. But like I told you, from the university side, there is absolutely no dilution of effort. The only thing is, our 50%, we do 100%. The question is, how much of your 50% are you committed? You give your 50%, I can write it on a plain paper and give you. This is assured. Right? And from your placements and your higher education, your entrepreneurship ideas, all these things, we from the GLAD Academy would help you. It's obviously a teamwork. It's not just us. You have your academic heads, right, depending on which branch you are coming from. You have a lot of other things working, in sync to make your dreams really possible. But this is eventually a 50-50 partnership. Okay, now let me move on to the next point, which is, one of the favorite things that I heard about people your age is this, that yours is an age of glorious confusions. Students, you are in fact wonderful boys and girls. Absolutely brilliant, very dynamic, lots of energy, great aspirations. But at this age, you are experiencing what is called glorious confusions. You're confused about everything because you're just passing adolescence and maybe stepping into adulthood. It's not only just in terms of what you're seeing around, it's in terms of what is happening bodily within you. Everything is changing and you're experiencing confusion everywhere. Right? But there's also a positive thinker who said, this is also the age of glorious possibilities. It's not only the age of glorious confusions, you're also in the age of glorious possibilities. I mean, I cannot achieve a lot of things now at this age, but for you, nothing is unachievable. Nothing is beyond your range. You just have to dream, believe in that dream, and put your heart and soul into it. Make use of the resources available to you, and nothing, absolutely nothing, is out of range for you. Right? Please don't begin to dream in the second year. It might be 1 year too late. This is the time to dream. Dream big. Right? And to help you dream big, I have a concept called aspirational CV. Normally, when would we write your CV? You know CV? What is a CV? A resume. Okay. When would you want to write your resume? 4th year, 3rd year, 1st year? When? Yeah, good. When? 3rd year, pre-final year. Because that's when you get your campus placements. So this is how the world does, but let's do it differently here. Can you think of writing your resume maybe in the first week of the first year of your first semester? Sir, you're asking me to write my resume in the first week of the first semester, but I haven't done anything. I don't have my first sem marks, second sem marks, nothing. I don't have any skills yet. How can I write? Well, let's call this an aspirational CV. Not the real CV, it is an aspirational CV. And write anything you want there. Semester 1, 100% aggregate. You write, who's stopping you? Put all your subjects. Right? 100% aggregate. Semester 2, 99%. Semester 3, 95%. Semester 4, 100%. You put whatever you want. Whatever you aspire, whatever you think is needed to take you closer to the dreams. And let's call it, what is it? An aspirational CV. Now go paste it in your room. And that is a summary of your goals for the next 4 years. Convert that into a statement of goals that you want to pursue here in GITAM. Right? Done. Simple. Tell yourself, this is what I thought I should be doing. This is what I aspire. Now let me take this as my summary of goals, and let me spend the next 4 years in GITAM in order to get as close as possible to these goals. Are you all getting me? Now you will see the whole world before you being transformed. Absolutely. Because you don't come here now with something that somebody is going to tell and you would listen. No, it'll all change. You're going to come here because you want 100%. You are coming here because you want to realize your dream. You're not coming here because your dad and mom sent you to school. There's a huge difference. Right, in one of the famous books, Stephen Covey's, I don't know how many of you read this, The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. Did anyone read this book? The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. What's your name? Bhargav.
Pardhav, sir.
Pardhav, okay, great. So, Pardhav, you read the book fully?
Almost, sir.
Almost. And in that there is one habit, right? Always begin with the goal in mind. You remember that?
Slightly, sir, yes.
Yeah?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. This is a beautiful thing. I don't want you guys to forget this. Right? Always begin with a goal in mind. So remember, you're beginning a 4-year journey here. Please sit, Pardhav. You're beginning a 4-year long journey. And this is a long and laborious journey. Nobody's promising you, comfort. Nobody's promising you easy cakewalk. It's going to be tough. It's going to be long. It's going to be hard work. But it'll be useless, futile, if you begin this journey without a goal in mind. So set the goals. Begin your journey with precise goals. Write your aspirational CVs and then start. Right? And our faculty, our trainers from the GLAD Academy would be taking sessions for you, 2 hours every week. What would they focus on? Well, they would essentially focus on, number one, I told you, your personalities, which includes your emotional intelligence, your self-awareness, your ability to set goals for yourselves, and how do you prioritize your time around those goals, communication skills, your interpersonal skills, your ability to problem solve, your ability to make decisions. All these would be systematically, sequentially, and very scientifically explained to you one by one. And it is for you to go back, reflect on these ideas, practice where it is needed, right, on a weekly basis. Don't do it just before the campus placements. It's too late. Too late. The difference between learning a skill and learning some subject is, a skill takes time. Skills cannot be learnt overnight, but you can learn your subjects overnight. Let's say tomorrow I have a test on maybe some subject. I can spend all night and then tomorrow I can crack it. Right? I can crack it because it's just knowledge. But skill, there's no possibility of learning a skill overnight. It takes time. And this is the reason why GITAM started this program right from semester 1. How many of you want to go abroad after you finish your BTech? Okay, good. So which country? You made up your mind? Yeah? Germany, okay. What about you? Japan. Anyone to US? Okay, US. So you would probably want to write GRE? Okay, GRE and TOEFL. And what about you? SAT and TOEFL. SAT. Okay. Anyone to, how many of you want to get into public services? Government services, like civil services. You want to get into civil services. Excellent. You? Civil services. Great. And how many of you you are also? Okay, good. How many of you are looking at placements after your education? Direct campus placements. Not many. Not many. Okay, whether you want GRE TOEFL or you want campus placements or you want to sit for civil services, right? There is certain common foundational area which you need to really build before you reach your pre-final. For example, you need to build your quantitative aptitude skills. Quantitative ability, aptitude skills. These questions seemingly look very easy. They seem to be very easy when you see them. Oh, this is a 10th standard question, I did this. But actually every question has an embedded trick in that, an embedded trap within it. You're more likely to fall and get trapped in that rather than crack it, right? Similarly, there is verbal ability, which is your language ability, reading comprehension, critical reasoning, your vocabulary, and so on. There's your reasoning skills, right? Questions based on, I'm sure if you have seen your GRE papers, you would have seen all these things. Whether it's GRE TOEFL or your campus placements or your civil services, whatever it is, what I'm talking about is common. There's no escape. There's no escape. And when is the best time to prepare for this? Now. Now. Then you will have our experts coming to your class every week, 2 hours. One would be training you on quantitative aptitude and reasoning skills. The other would be training you on verbal ability and soft skills. I strongly urge you to make the best use of these sessions. Then you would need nothing else in the pre-final year. You just have to go sit, take the exam, and you would be through. But if you take this lightly and don't give your 50% that I'm asking for, then you will have difficult times. And there will be no one to blame but for yourself. Right? Okay, I think now, I mean, I've been speaking from my end, but is there any question you want to ask me that you want me to specifically focus on? Whether it's in terms of your placements, I mean placement tests only, not placements per se. Yeah, any questions? You should have a lot of questions. So who will ask me a beautiful question? I mean, only two things are possible. Either I am so brilliantly clear that there is no question, or you are so brilliantly preposterous. What do you mean by preposterous? Preposterous means stupid. Okay, so only one of these two are possible. Yeah, any question? Fine. There are two myths. I mean, I thought one of you would ask this question. Since you did not ask, I'm putting it across back to you as a myth. Two myths I'll answer here. Myth one. I mean, this is something that goes around among students your age across campuses, across the country, not just you. First one is, I am an engineering student. I have to learn my computer science subjects. I don't need soft skills. I don't need English skills. I don't need verbal skills. I don't need logical skills, because all I need to know is databases, programming languages, and so on. Is this right or wrong? Right or wrong? Wrong. Absolutely wrong. Unfortunately, in the case of a vast majority of students, this myth is dispelled only after their pre-final year is through, is over. It's too late. By the time they realize that, God, why didn't I focus on these things? They're already into final year with no job. So I'm trying to dispel this myth at this stage so that you don't fall into this. Don't ever think, no matter what your dream aspiration is, no matter what your goal is, soft skills are an essential part, absolutely indispensable part of building a strong career. Whatever it is, don't neglect them. You will neglect them at your own peril. This is my warning. Make the best use of these classes. You need to spend your time here along two tracks. Track one is your academics. Right? Track one is your academics, whether it's computer science engineering or EEE or whatever that is. Track two is this one, what we teach from GLAD. Right? These are your career skills, your employability skills, your soft skills. Those who do justice in one but fail to do justice in the other end up as a misfit. You need to make sure you're doing justice to both the tracks, so that by the time you reach your pre-final year, you come out in flying colors. Right? So myth one. Myth two. Myth two is, you want to ask me one more question? Maybe as I was speaking, probably a question struck you. I mean, how come people your age have no questions? No questions? Still? Think of a question. This is your 4th week in induction in GITAM. You must have seen a lot of things, and you have no questions. Okay. I mean, if I were you, I would have a lot of questions. Yes. One second. For GATE exam, purely a subject based, right? So indirectly, yes, your subject is a part of GATE. So that way you would have that, but not specifically for GATE as such.
Thanks.
But GATE has a few questions on English and very few questions on quant. So that would be helpful, but not too much. Yeah, what's your name?
Sir, I am Priya.
Priya.
I am pursuing my master's in pharmacy, sir. Actually, I want to know about the companies that have hired in the last year. I want to know, sir. I
You
don't
want to
know
know?
about
Oh,
that.
then you're asking the wrong person. The one who spoke before me is the right person.
Yeah, sir. Up to how much extent the placements will be?
See, I mean, one of the things that I realized after I came to GITAM is the absolutely mind-boggling number of companies that visit this campus. One of my biggest worries when I open the mail every day is to see hundreds and hundreds of companies' names and then their schedules here in GITAM. So there'll be a deluge of companies visiting here, but specifically for pharmacy, I do not know. I mean, I'm unfortunately the wrong person. I don't know, but we only train you. We train you for those big companies. We don't know which companies specifically.
Sir, the right person?
The one who spoke before me,
Okay, sir.
GCGC Assistant Director.
Yeah.
Right? You would have raised the question with him. But I think he was kind enough to give you his contact details also, right? gcgc@gitam.edu. Maybe you could write a letter, a mail, and he would respond promptly.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah? Okay. So, more questions?
So, will boosting self-confidence be a part of this GLAD Academy?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely. If you think you have low self-confidence, you want to boost your self-confidence?
Yes, I do.
No, I don't think so, because the fact that you got up,
No, I was confused in getting up, stand here.
that's fine, but you still were able to push yourself through that threshold and then you got up, right? Yes.
Thank you.
That itself is a strong testimony to your ability to overcome these inhibitions. Yes or no? Yes. And I tell you, in just 1 year, you will dramatically change. You'll be exposed to so much of discussions, so much of activities, right? That there'll be a dramatic change. But again, like I said, if you go hide in a shell, then nobody can help you. The university has got everything top class, absolutely first class facilities. I'm sure you must have seen. Just go visit the KRC. Just go visit the grounds. See tennis courts. See the cricket court. Right? And the kind of services that you have here, hospitality, or in terms of your, I don't know, there are so many things, I can't even name them. Games, clubs, activities. Right? It's important you choose where you want to go and then enroll yourself into all of them, whatever you think might add value to your careers, and then religiously follow that. Right? It's up to you, but it's easy to get lost in this big ocean of a thing. So pre-planning at this stage itself, and then carefully enrolling into whatever you think is helpful, and then making the best use of resources is up to you. Right? If you were not able to take this from the university, then you will lose. It's for you to take it. You need to grab it. The resources, the facilities are there for you to tap into them. Okay, guys. Any more questions? am I crossing my time? Okay, there's some more time. Yeah. So if you have a question, see, I really don't want to make this a completely one-sided session. Right? So please ask me questions so that I know which areas to focus on. Good. Don't
Please ask your
hesitate.
questions now. Otherwise, again, it will be very hard to meet up with sir if you have any doubts.
Yeah, good. See, ask a question. It's the easiest thing to do.
Sir, you were talking about like you wanted to burst 2 myths. So you busted one. What about the other one?
Very good. Fantastic. Fantastic. Absolutely great. Absolutely great. So the second myth is, right, I am an engineer. Can I shift to some other engineering? Or in terms of a myth, it is, well, I've taken this course and am I to be petrified here forever? Right? Because unfortunately, many students that I've been interacting with say that, sir, I realized that this is not the one for me. Right? So, but I was put into this, I was pushed into this, now that I could do nothing about this. So there are only 2 ways to this. One is, you first love something and marry, or what is the second one? Marry and then fall in love. But in both cases, love is essential. Love is essential. Right? Now, let's say you have, whether you loved and fell in love or you married now and you're still to fall in love, whatever that is, but you've taken a decision to come here. Right? Now it's for you to fall in love with this, with your subject, with the university, with everything that is GITAM. Because if you start, hating what you have with you, you end up losing every day. Right? You lose that passion. Well, I was listening to the chief learning officer of TCS, a very big guy, is the country head. Right? He said, my dear boys and girls, is there a dream job? Is there a dream job for you? Then, a lot of these students rose their hands, and then he said, okay, what's your dream job? They said many things. My dream job is this, my dream job is that. He listened out to all of them and he said, well, from my 35 years of experience, let me tell you one thing. And then the students were, listening with bated breath. Then the CLO said, all my experience taught me that there is nothing called a dream job. Whatever your job is, just make it your dream job. That is the dream job. There's no dream job as such. Same applies to your engineering. Same applies to your college. Right? Don't dream of something, that you don't have. Fall in love with something that you already have. And then develop that passion. You will become absolutely unstoppable. Yeah, so that's the second myth that a good majority of students are, held back by. More questions? See, I left some time at the end because I want to answer questions. But if you're not asking, then I'll move on with something else. So how was your time, your last 3 weeks? Right? How was it? Amazing. Okay, good. Good to hear that. I mean, in what terms? Can you be more specific? Every activity was amazing. Good. Huh? Confusing as well, yeah. Didn't I tell you this is age of glorious confusions? Yeah. It's all huge. I mean, big, very big structures. Yeah, it's a maze. It takes you time, and that is why this induction was organized. Imagine if you're starting your first day, right, in your school from now onward without this one month advantage. By the time you figure out what is what, your semester 1 would have been over. So your induction is, a nice way to help you to smoothly get into these waters. So now you know at least, okay, this corner is this corner is that. Now this is what is there. These are the clubs that I can get into. These are the games and sports that I can enroll myself for. This is a GLAD academy from which I can expect this. This is this from which I can expect this. Now once you know that, you can plan and start using them. Yeah? Okay. So if you have no more questions, yeah, good. In the meantime, the others think of questions. Think of some questions.
Good evening, sir. My name is Parth Desai. I'm currently pursuing my CSE in freshman year.
Okay.
My question is that I want to join ISRO after my college, and it conducts a recruitment exam called ICRB. I want to know if there are any training options towards that exam in GITAM.
Can you tell me what does that ICRP test include?
It includes basic mathematics and also the stream the subjects from the stream you're chosen, sir.
So it's basically a technical test.
Yes, sir.
A little bit of mathematics.
Yes, sir.
And what kind of mathematics?
Applied mathematics and calculus, that side, sir.
So I think if it's that kind of thing, then probably there would be no training here on that, right? Because that seems to be something that's specific to one or two individuals. And what we do here must be common to a big enough section of people so that it's feasible for us to run a course there.
So what would you recommend for me to do, sir, if you have any idea?
See, the best thing is to Google and then search out for ways in which you can tackle that test, right?
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I'm sorry, because beyond that, I don't think I have anything else to add. But I'll tell you, I mean, for you guys, I'll tell you how you are different from us. When I was your age, the only source I have was either my class books, only one book per subject, or my class teacher. That's it. But to you, there's the whole world except these two. You don't listen to these two. You don't bother about these two, right? You have Google, you have whatnot. One simple technique I'll teach you. I mean, this is something you know, but probably let me repeat. And that is, if you have a question, right, that's great. But to make it even greater, what you must do is, type this question in Google, right? Every little question, first type it in Google and do that little research. I want to get into ISRO. How do I get into ISRO? Right? And Google is like Vishwaguru. There's nothing it doesn't know. It'll throw hundreds and hundreds of resources at you. First, raise that information level of yours on that test. And then we'll discuss. Right? And have you heard of something called flipped classroom? Flipped. I mean, we would do a lot of flipped classrooms these days, which is essentially asking you to come prepared for a subject by, doing all the pre-reading first. For example, if tomorrow, let's say your session is on emotional intelligence, then we strongly urge you to go do a little bit of reading on emotional intelligence and then come to the class. This is very unlike it happens in your school, where you wait for your teacher to tell you everything. But here you have to do a little bit of research, gather the initial information about that, do all the little spade work, and then come sit in the class. So then the class can leave out all those basic things and then focus on the higher order skills. You got this? So this is one transformation that you must make in yourself compared to the styles that you were using when you were at school, maybe your 11th standard or 12th standard, where you expect the teacher to tell you everything. But here the teacher only would want to have maybe an intellectual debate with you, an intellectual argument with you, and that presupposes that you have learned the basics and done the spade work first. Right? Yeah.
Good evening, sir. My name is Manas Malla. So I have a very counterintuitive kind of question. You have been asking us to ask you a few questions. So one of my question was, how do we learn how to build those questions? Like, how do we understand that we have that particular question?
Excellent. Excellent. Yeah. Very good. Very good. Please sit. I'll spend 2 minutes here because this is something that I really love questioning. Right? You know who's the greatest questioner? There's one guy who's, who's he? Students. Okay, students are eternal question boxes, no doubt about that. But the one who's done a lot of research on this and who's exceptionally brilliant at asking questions is Socrates. You heard this name? Socrates. He's fantastic at questioning, especially for arguments. Right? If you're arguing about anything with Socrates, then he would not try to invalidate or disprove you directly by giving a counter argument. What he would do is he would use a series of questions, one after another, make you agree and say yes, 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 yes to all these questions, and in the end he would say, hence you are proven wrong. You got me? So he would only prove you wrong by making you answer his questions, and see how craftily he's framing his questions. Okay, about questions. See, I'll give you some simple tips. First thing is 6 sisters. Who are 6 sisters? What, when, who, where, how, and why. Right? So maybe you might get some prompts here. What with try to create a question with what. Then try to create a question with how. See, now I'll ask you, can you create some questions with how now? Some questions? How do I get into Amazon product company? Yes, more? Good, someone was saying something. How is it? How is it possible? How does an aircraft work? How does a smartphone work? Right? How can I get $1 million in 5 years? How can I beat Adani's and Ambani's in 10 years? See, it's all up to your genius. Come up and ask, absolutely fantastic questions. There's nothing stopping you. You are a free man, free woman, and this is a free country. Don't hesitate and don't be timid while asking questions. Ask all the bold questions, the boldest questions possible, using these 6 sisters. How do I become a millionaire? Right? What is it I need to do to be a millionaire? This hour, this day. How can I be the topper in my class? Right? Okay, now can you now make at least 1 or 2 questions using why? Yeah. Okay, good question, but I think wrong person. Again. Right? Again, the right person is the gentleman who spoke before me. Yeah, but that's a very good question. And see, here we're talking about questions, and I loved if somebody asked a question. Any other question you want to ask with? Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Varun Tigala. Good afternoon, sir. My name is Varun Tigala. Sir, I and my friend were debating on a topic.
Good.
He's fighting on me literally at last. I mean, he came physical also, but
Okay.
fighting.
So he gave you blows?
Almost.
Okay, almost or?
No, sir.
It
nearly.
came till here and stopped or?
Till there.
Till there, okay.
So question is, sir, are you a slave to English?
Okay, that's the question. And
it's for against. I am for, he's against. At last, war also.
so he was saying he's not a slave to English.
He's saying he's a slave to English. I mean, yeah, he is for, and I am against.
Okay, so you want my opinion or what is your question?
I want your dual answer on for and against.
Both?
Yes, because you should only judge us, sir. Yes, sir.
I mean, actually, that's a very good question. Because when someone speaks fluent, beautiful, eloquent English, there's a tendency in our sections to criticize him, to go after him, to pull his leg and say, "Entra ped English odva? Ekkadi nunchi vachavu? UK? They try to insult. Unfortunately, that tendency has led to a lot of beginners to give up English for fear of being ridiculed. Right? So if you ask me, to me, no language, no knowledge, no subject should be an anathema. Should be an anathema, should be a no-no. Everything must be absolutely welcomed, embraced, and mastered if you can. If he said, "Are you a slave to English?" Tell him, "No, I'm not. In fact, all I'm trying to do is make English my slave." Yeah. So we can always do this, right? Make it your slave so that it becomes a tool in propagating your ideas, in projecting your personalities, right? In advancing your careers, and not vice versa. And there are some other people who say, I'm a great fan of Telugu. We need to protect our mother language. We need to protect our mother tongue. Why are we speaking in English? Why is this board in English? Can't it be in Telugu? To them I would say, well, I don't see myself first as an Indian. I see myself first as a human being, a global citizen. To me, every language, right? Every language is equally important. I like German, I like French, I like English, I like Telugu, equally. Right? I'm not from that parochial, mindset. I have a broad mindset. I see the whole world as my place, not small a patch on the globe called India. You agree with me? How many of you agree with me? Yeah. Yeah, one day that's where we would be heading. These boundaries are only artificial lines. We're all one race, human race. These boundaries between India, Pakistan, India, Bangladesh will one day vanish. And I'll also tell you how they will vanish. They will vanish through technology. Space will become irrelevant. Borders will become irrelevant. Only people communicating as one family, as one species. This is what is going to be real. I don't know by when, but one day it's surely going to happen. And it's for you to make such a dream, real. Yeah. So any more questions? Yes?
Glorious confusing age.
Yeah.
So sir, is it good to be confused at this age, or how can we clear that confusion?
See, it's not a choice that you can make, right? At this age, everybody is confused. But the best way to remove confusion is to learn, improve your understanding about something. So if let's say you are confused about how to deal with people, how to relate to people, I'll tell you areas where you're likely to be confused. Number one, with the tremendous changes that are coming in your body. Number two is relationships, right? You find it a little confusing to relate to people, form friendships, build bonds. That's again a confusing area. Next one is about your career. Next one about your family. Next one is about what happens in the future, right? A lot of confusions. So the best way is to start learning more and more about those things that are causing confusion. After you cross a certain threshold, right, your confusion would start decreasing. For example, if I'm finding it difficult to relate to people in my classroom itself, for whatever reason, maybe I'm not talking to girls because there is some maybe belief in me that girls are bad, girls are a no-no, right? They can spoil your life, or vice versa, and then this belief is probably stopping me from relating to girls, forming relationships with girls. Then it's for you to understand and challenge this belief. You need to challenge this, right? Is my belief right? Probably not. Read books. The best way is to read books, talk to people, and the more information you start gathering on this, the less your confusion would be. Yeah? Good. I think we have finished our time. So thank you very much for your time. I'm sure you will attend all our GLAD classes.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much. I wish to see you back, right, in our classrooms. And all my team is here. They would also love to interact with you, right? Thank you all very much. All the very best. All the very best. Please wait, this.
Okay. Students, please wait. We will not take much of your time. This is another important session for all of you. Most of your teaching and learning happens through this technology called Moodle.
తీసుకున్నప్పుడు అది ఆఫ్ చేయాలి తప్ప ఇది ఆఫ్ చేయకూడదు. ఇప్పుడు ఎందుకు?
ప్రెజెంటేషన్ ఇంకో దాంట్లో కాపీ చేస్తాను నేను. నెట్ ఉంది సార్, నెట్ ఉంది కానీ ప్రెజెంటేషన్ నెట్లో లేదా. ఓకే, చలో. దెన్ యూ హ్యావ్ దెన్ స్టార్ట్ విత్ ద మోడల్ ఓన్లీ దెన్. Good afternoon, students. This is myself, Ravindra Yatagiri. I am the Director for Academic Operations here. Unfortunately, I missed one presentation here, which I want to show to all of you. Never mind. What we'll do is, we are basically, into the digital teaching and learning. So, technology-enabled learning. How many of you know what is technology-enabled learning? Yeah. Right. So, what is the technology we are using here is Moodle. Many of you are aware of, you learn on Google, you learn through your peers, you learn things on the, through social media. Many things you will learn through the social media. So, here also what we are trying to do is, we'll have a platform where students and the faculty get engaged on the common platform, where the faculty, once after the class, they will be sharing the resources with you. They will be conducting some assessments where you are supposed to do those assessments at your own pace and time, or they will be giving some time at a particular time where you have to answer those questions, and you will be also graded for all those internal assessments. So, there is always, in your courses you have 3 components, like one is internal assessment, one is the end term assessment. So, all your internal assessments would be done through the My Moodle. So, that is a platform where you have to be there for all to give your internal assessments. Okay. I have my friend, colleague Suraj, who would be taking you through this platform, how you will get the access to this platform. He will be giving a small demonstration. So, please make a note of it, and then ask your faculty as soon as your classes are over. You have to ask your faculty to share those resources on the My Moodle, so that even if you have missed your class, for some reason, it is not possible for you to attend all the 100% classes. Sometimes you might fall sick, or sometimes there is some function at home, or something else, for any reason you could not attend the class. But how will you make up for those missed classes? Or how will you come to know what has happened in the class that I have missed today? So, all these things, Moodle is a platform where it will help you, even if you miss the classes, your faculty would be sharing those resources on the Moodle, so that you can learn those things. Or in 1 hour session, faculty will be teaching you, and he has no time for taking the questions. Okay. So, where you will be having many doubts, when the faculty is teaching the subject. So, where is that, how you can ask those questions to your faculty, how you can ask. So, this platform Moodle will help you address all those queries that you have in your mind. So, even after the class, you are still engaged with your faculty through this platform, where you can ask the questions and your faculty can respond to those questions. It is important for you to engage with your faculty. You all are here for a purpose, and what is that purpose? To excel in your careers that you have chosen, right? Somebody might be dreaming of a good job after this, or somebody might start your own entrepreneurship, or you want to do some more research into your fields that you have chosen. So, all this is possible provided you engage with your subjects and with your faculty. Like, if I am here to teach you something, if you are not participating and if you are not engaging with me, what I will do? I will give you the attendance. You are happy, you got 75% attendance. You will write the exams, I will award you the marks. You are happy, I am happy. What will happen with that? Do you gain any knowledge? You are just fulfilling one particular requirement of completing the degree. Okay. Degree is not the end of the life. There is life much beyond. You are still 20 years, 19 years right now. You will be completing your degrees in the next 4 years. By 23, 24, you will be completing. And till what time we have the life? Till 80 years. The 4-year knowledge that you are gaining here will give you a very strong platform for that exponential growth that you are looking into your careers. Okay? So, it is your duty to be engaged in the classrooms, participate in all the university activities, and ask questions like the previous speaker Yugandhar. You have to ask questions to your faculty as well in the classroom or through the platform, My Moodle. Whatever questions, whatever doubts you have, even the simplistic questions also, you can just put through on the Moodle. Maybe then your faculty would be responding to those questions on the Moodle. Okay. Or he will be understanding what is the questions that are coming from my students. Or in the next class, he might answer all those queries that you have. Okay. So, utilize this platform. And I welcome my colleague Suraj, and we have also a final year student who is practicing Moodle here. We will show you from the student login only how these courses are designed and how students are getting engaged through this platform. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope I am audible. So, I think this might be the last session for today. As Sir has said, Moodle is a learning management system, LMS. Any course that you have registered to in your program will be mapped into this Moodle platform. So, in this session, the Sahrud, he is a final year student, he will be logging into his account. There are two ways in which we can log into that Moodle platform. First method is go to gitam.edu, and for this LMS to work, it has to be connected to the internet, the cloud. Okay. The first step is gitam.edu. Okay. That is the university website, gitam.edu. Under this, you will have My Gitam. Okay, there will be many tabs. You will have My Gitam. So, if I am not mistaken, I think these credentials are given to you, are shared with you. Not yet. Okay, they will be sharing it soon. Okay, so under My Gitam, user ID, password. User ID will be your complete registration number, okay, and password, an invitation might be sent to your Gitam email regarding the login credentials. So, there you will have all the instructions on how to access that, how to change the password and all. So, he will be giving his credentials. So, gitam.edu, then My Gitam. Right. So, this is a Gitam portal. It will have many fields, your attendance, the payment fees, etc., etc. If you are a hostelate, hostel details. Okay. So, we will not be discussing all these things now. Our intention is to help you understand what is this Moodle, the LMS. In this, there will be one account called as GLearn. GLearn. G stands for Gitam, Learn, GLearn. So, go to that GLearn. Okay. So, in this, if you have registered to the courses, all the courses will be visible here towards your left hand side, along with the building name as well as the room. Okay. So, all those details here. Now, if you have registered the course properly, if it is available in this GLearn portal, the same data will also be available in the Moodle platform. Okay. So, we capture this data using a registration process. Maybe next week you will be guided through that registration process. The concerned people will help you out in the registration. So, if you have successfully registered, this is how your GLearn website will look, the GLearn portal will look. So, from this you can go to the My Moodle platform. Again GLearn. No, any link is there? Right. Moodle learning management system. Okay. So, from this is one step. Okay. From GLearn you can go to the Moodle platform, there will be link available to that. Again it will ask you for a username and password. Username for MyGITAM and Moodle is the same, it is your complete registration number, but the passwords might be different. So, again here you provide your complete registration number and password. Okay. For this also you will be receiving an invitation. You cannot blindly go to this, give your credentials. An invitation has to come from the Moodle team. I believe Coursera invitation you might have received. So, that is a personalized invitation. So, only when you go through that process you can access the Coursera courses. Similarly, this is also based on invitation. You cannot use someone else's invitation and login. Okay. Right. So, again login with proper credentials. So, this is how it appears. The LMS, the Moodle Learning Management System. Okay. So, there will be a dashboard, the recently accessed courses, there will be a filter here. So, Sahrud is a final year student, he is in semester 7, semester 6, 5, 4, 3, all these courses will be under the past category. Right. So, let me just go through the present. So, click on that filter, in progress. So, in progress means the current semester in which you are. Generally what we find is initially when you are in the first semester you will not be having any past courses, but once you go to semester 2 or semester 3, okay, you will the filter might be showing the past and you will be searching for the in progress courses. That is a common mistake many students make. So, select the filter that is required for. So, in progress, these are the courses for which the student is registered to, and this data is captured from the registration portal. So, in GLearn whatever subjects, whatever courses that you have opted, the same will be appearing here. If your course is not visible in GLearn, it will not be visible in Moodle also. Okay. So, let us now take one course, you just select any course, right. Artificial intelligence is the course, right. On the left hand side you will have participants. Participants are your peer group. All the students who are part of this course can be seen in the participants list. So, click on the participants. So, there are 50 participants. You can see your classmates in the Moodle platform, right. The name of your classmate along with the registration number, and also okay, email is not visible, okay, email is not seen, and when they have accessed the last course, the course when they have accessed. So, if you scroll down, there are 50 participants in this course, scroll up a little bit, 50 show all. So, here you can see 50 participants found. So, 50 students are part of that course. Okay. So, in that the faculty or instructor might also be a part. So click show all 50. Right. The teacher. Right. Just like you have registration numbers, teachers also will have an ID, employee ID. Okay. And you can identify whether a particular participant is a student or a teacher based on the role. So Mr. Praveen Gupta is the teacher, all others are given student roles. So there could be a possibility that in one course there could be multiple teachers. If it is a lab course, lab might be handled by more than one teacher. So you will be finding 2 teacher names there. Okay. So now once your course is mapped here, you verify whether you are into the right course or not. Okay. Then come back to the dashboard, the course. Right. So somewhere you can see at the top 19 ECB 336, that is the course code. Every course will have a code, unique code, you can identify that. Then the content. The LMS platform is mostly driven by the instructor, the teacher. Depending upon the material, the assessments, the assignments, whatever teacher gives, the same will be reflected here. There will be little control by the student. You cannot do anything on your own unless the teacher gives assessments or assignments here. You cannot create your own content in this platform. Okay. So it is again different instructors, they present their material in different formats. So this instructor might have given maybe YouTube videos or their own recorded videos or PowerPoint presentations, etc., etc. This is a folder containing PPTs. So scroll up. Right. So PPTs. Now as Sir was mentioning, after the class you remind the instructor to share the content in case if the instructor has not given any content so far, because this is the only platform where we encourage the faculty as well as the student to use this platform. There could be other ways like sharing content through WhatsApp, through Google Drives, etc., but that is not recorded here. Okay. So already instructions are given to all the teachers to share the content only in this platform. Okay. Next. Right. Any examinations. So mid 1 test, syllabus module 1 and module 2. Okay. If any examinations are to be conducted in online mode, there is a way to conduct it in Moodle platform. Okay. Similarly, feedback. So we take feedback twice in a semester. The feedback also will be there, end semester feedback. Okay. And this feedback is anonymous. We do not capture your details, only whatever you want to give in the feedback format, only that is captured. Your roll number or name will not be there in that feedback. Okay. Next, so participants list, the content, next comes your marks. Marks are also recorded in this platform only. So you have grades. So the grades show you what is in which category you have scored the marks or the grades. So in mid marks, right. So this student has scored 28 out of 30. Then some more assessments are there. Okay. So totally course total out of 40 scored 37.40. There will be no other way of communicating the marks to the student. It will be in the platform only. Again, a separate Excel sheet prepared and sent to the students will not happen. You can check your marks directly in this platform. So if you have doubts that okay, there is a change in the marks, the instructor will change accordingly. There won't be any separate way of communicating the marks to you. Okay. And this is as part of the continuous assessment, continuous evaluation, which the instructor gives as part of the course. There is another assessment called as external assessment, for where you will be writing the examination to complete the course. Those marks are not visible here. They are not held in the Moodle platform. They are external exams. Okay. Only the continuous evaluation, which the instructor gives as part of the course. Okay. Next. So, this is the previous semester course which is demonstrated. Now, let us go to the current semester MATLAB. And it will also show you how much you have completed. See, say for example, introduction to IoT, 100% complete. That means whatever assessments that are given by the instructor, this student has completed it. Okay. Okay. Again, this is my course which I am teaching it for them. Whatever I wanted to present, I can present it there. I can present the timetable, content, whatever, different things. And from this semester onwards, we are also integrating the attendance module into this. Okay. So, there is blended attendance there. So, click on blended attendance. Okay. So, this the instructor will give the attendance. You can also check your attendance in this platform only. This attendance is course wise attendance. So, this is the student might be present or absent for that days. Again, no separate attendance sheet, nothing like that. You can also check your attendance directly in this Moodle platform, learning management system platform. So, your grades, attendance, the content that has to be shared by the instructor, okay, and any assessments the instructor provides, that will also be in this platform only. Okay. Now, in case something goes wrong, suppose invitation has not, you have not received the invitation, right, semester has started, your peer group started working on Moodle, but you are not able to do it, you might not have received invitation, whom to contact? Okay. So, go to the GITAM portal, again my GITAM, log in into your account, GLearn, okay. This is the first way. Okay. The other ways you can directly go into the using the address. So, learn.gitam.edu. Learn.gitam.edu is the direct address for the Moodle. Log out first. Right. So, this is the page. So, at the top you can see email. If you have, this does not require any login credentials. In case if you have problem accessing the Moodle account, you can drop a mail to moodle_support@gitam.edu. Okay. So, while sending a mail, use only your GITAM emails. Right. Note down that email, moodle_support@gitam.edu. Send emails only using your GITAM email. Regular Gmails will not be answered, because we do not know whether whether the mail that is sent is a part of GITAM or from external part. So, in the email mention your problem properly, identify yourself, do not just say that I am not able to access Moodle, we cannot identify from where we have received that mail. If you are given proper registration number, do not again put the last 2 digits, give your complete registration number anyhow email is captured from the sender's address, mention the problem. If proper screenshots are there, provide those screenshots as part of your mail. Otherwise what happens is, again we have to send back a mail asking properly to tell what your problem is. Okay. You will be receiving these invitations later, Moodle invitations, and this mail use only for Moodle related issues. We can only answer that. Okay. So that is about that. Other thing which I wanted to convey is regarding Coursera. I believe, as said earlier, Coursera invitations you have received, and you might have started using the courses recommended as part of IT productivity tools. Okay. Again, go to that MATLAB. So IT productivity tools, also a course will be like this. Now he is a final year student, so he, during his academic regulations, that course was not there for him. But go back. So in your course later on, IT productivity tools, you will be provided links like this. If it is a Gmail related course, the name will appear there. If it is a computer related course, the name will appear there. So you need to click on that link. It will directly take you to Coursera, directly to the program. Everyone is invited into one single program called as GITAM Coursera, GITAM program for freshmen, which will have the list of courses as part of IT productivity. In the same program, some more courses also will be added depending upon your branch, your school or program. Okay. Once you do there, once you go through this, so he has done it, whatever grade that the Coursera gives will automatically come into the grade book. The instructor does not have to manually record the grades. That is the reason why we were telling you during the program to log in only through the invitation. Okay. So this has completed that course. If you look, okay, so go to your grade book in, right. So under Coursera courses, first one, Introduction to Programming with MATLAB, grade 10. So this was not given by the instructor, this is captured through the Coursera. Whatever grade that the Coursera gives, the same grade will be reflected here. There are two more courses, on completion it will be captured automatically, right. These instructions will be given to you as part of the course. Okay, right. Any questions? Mic. Okay. Time zone matching means maybe the system which you are using, you might have some other date and time. Okay, now that has got nothing to do with your assessments, you can still continue, that will not stop you from doing the Coursera courses. Okay, there could be two reasons, either you have to change the time and settings in your system. Okay. Is it a it is generally GMT plus 5.30. No, if that is a problem, it should appear to all others. No, if it is only specific to a couple of students, you have to change the time zone. But again, the time zone has got nothing to do with it, it is just a warning. It doesn't stop you from going ahead with your course. Can you go log in into your Coursera? Right. Account, time zone, Kolkata. No, this is the same. No, this is the same Coursera course account. It is same for everyone. And one more question which many students have asked me during the program is, it is asking for some payment if you do some courses, right? The payment issue will come when you are logging into your account without the invitation. Invitation is only one time activity, right? You can do Coursera courses for free even with your Gmail account, but you cannot do the assessments. The videos and all are open source. Anyone can read, can go through that videos. But if you have to do an assessment, a quiz kind of thing, a graded kind of thing, if you want to receive a certificate, you need to pay. But already GITAM has procured close to 9,000 courses in Coursera, right? As of now, we have recommended only a couple of courses. Once you move into the semester 1, semester 2, so on, we will be inviting you to more programs specific to your branch. Okay. Even otherwise also, there is one more program which will have all those 9,000 plus courses. You can pick any course of your choice, but that will take, we need to get the consolidated list of all the students who are actually part of the GITAM. Okay. So, for any of those 9,000 plus courses, no amount is charged from the student. If you are doing a course other than those 9,000 plus, you need to pay, right. So, any course in that will have a GITAM logo. Can you, you can see that GITAM there on the left hand side, GITAM. That means you are in the right program, right invitation. Right. So, for some courses you will not get that GITAM, and it will tell you that this program is not offered as part of the GITAM University. Some indication will be given to you. Okay. Right. Any other questions? For Moodle, right, by next week, right. And all correspondence will be only to your GITAM emails. The first step is, you will be invited, you might have provided some Gmail account. To that they will give you the username, password for your GITAM ID. Once that is done, all correspondence will be only to your GITAM emails, all invitations, etc. You wanted to talk? Anything of your choice? Sorry, sir. So, Sahrud,
Yes, sure.
5 minutes?
Yeah, I think so.
So, Sahrud wants to share his experience.
Good afternoon, guys. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, so basically Moodle, what can I say about Moodle? Well, if I had to say anything negative about Moodle, then it has to be it eliminated my job. It just removed my job. You know, before Moodle, I used to carry all the books because I'm the CR of my class. I used to carry all the observation books, the assignment books directly to the teacher. But now with the rise of Moodle, everyone's just submitting online. So it just removed my job and I'm unemployed. So that has to be one of the disadvantages of Moodle. That's I think that is the only disadvantage of Moodle I can find, because you can just submit it online. In my first year I used to have 2 books for the same subject. Now I have 1 book, 3 subjects in the same book. 3 different semesters, 3 different subjects in that 1 book. So all of the material is online. All of the material is on Moodle. Even if you miss a class, which I don't encourage you all to, attendance is also important. But if you miss a class, you can find all of the material on Moodle, enough for your preparation, enough for the exam preparation, as you'd like to call. And during the peak time of our pandemic, Moodle was the reason we all were able to complete our examinations. And I think comparing it with our competitive colleges, or when I compared it with my friends from intermediate or schools, their colleges had a long break and they had to cover their semesters later year. But for GITAM, we covered it within that same year. When we were supposed to graduate out of 3rd year in 2022, we graduated in 2022. 2021, everything went in progress thanks to Moodle. And you know, what is the biggest problem right now? Like, what is the biggest problem in our mobile phones right now? Anyone? Network, okay. But I guess one of the biggest problems for everyone is storage, right? You all don't want to waste storage. Like, you want to download your K-dramas, those movies, all of that, millions of songs. So you all want to download that, and because of this material on your phones or on your systems, you might want to delete it after the semester is over. You want to delete your old files. You want to delete your old. Suppose if I have completed artificial intelligence, I don't require it for this semester, so I delete it. But then comes a problem when you face the interviews. When you have to recap all of those previous concepts. And if you are like me, you won't have all of the notes. You'll have 3 notes, one single notebook. So at that time, because of Moodle, I was able to access all the previous courses that happened not only in 3rd semester, but back in 2nd semester or all of those semesters. I was able to access all those documents, and I was just ready in time. I was just ready for the interview. I was all prepared, and today I've got placed in Deloitte thanks to all of this Moodle. So that's what I can say about Moodle. And about Coursera, well, Coursera is a library. You have all different types of courses. You can complete different courses before even the faculty asks you to complete those courses. Like, I've had some of my friends in my class who are extremely competitive, who completed Coursera courses before the faculty even recommended the course. The course could be in next semester, but they completed it. They have the certificate, they have the proof, and that's it. They got the marks within the first week of the semester. So that's what I encourage you. Explore Coursera as well. You have different, not only technical, you have different artistic courses, you have different psychological courses, financial courses. Whatever interests you, you can take it. And Coursera courses have a typical value on your resume. The more Coursera courses you do, the more you can brag about it, and that just proves you to your interviewer, the company that's interviewing you. So that's what I can say about Coursera and Moodle. Do you have any other questions for me? Yes, sir. That's it, sir. Ante sir, it's already done. I completed the course, so I'm looking where the course. Yes, sir. I completed the course, so it's not showing in search bar. Yes, sir. It's showing the same. It's not learning how to learn. Yeah. This is the course. Learning how to learn for youth. That's it.
So any further questions? And always whenever you access your accounts from other public system, don't forget to log out properly.